Welcome everyone. Oh wait, I'm on an ad. Let me get through that ad. Um, I hope I have the ads turned off for today. But anyways, welcome everyone. Hi Fluffies. Hi Jasmine. Hi Kim. Um, so I'm gonna go ahead and open the reading, and I am going to start with Mother Mary. Again, this is for the collective. This is for all of us. Those who will be joining us, those who wish they could be joining us, or those who find this later. You know, I feel like Mother Mary's reach is far. Okay, I feel like that's our card. We're going to take it. So, just one simple little message today from Mother Mary. Let's see. Well, hello, Joy. Joy. By enjoying this moment, I am giving thanks to God for my life. Joy. Okay. So we'll keep that in mind and see how that plays out today for everyone. A couple different things before I begin the actual questions and answers. First, I think Lisa yesterday did a PayPal donation, so I will be doing hers first, and then we'll get into all yours. But I want to remind everyone, chat replay is on. So if you can't stick around, because I'm usually on here for quite a bit, like 4 hours usually. But if you can't stick around, definitely check out chat replay. Or even if you're reading, it's like, not sure. But then you go back and you listen. Sometimes you hear it in a different way. So that's why I always keep chat replay on. I also want to say that try not to put like a bunch of comments. I had to kick someone out of the room, which I hated to do, or off my channel actually, because they gave me a $2 donation and then filed a case against me with PayPal, even though I did answer their question. And I just thought, I don't want your energy in my room. I just don't want your energy in our room. You're bringing us down. So, usually PayPal will give me a notification. I just want you to know that. And, but, you know, I feel like negative energy has no room here with us. We want to keep this positive and light. We want to keep joy. So I'm going to start with Lisa because she did, again, send in a donation. So let's do Lisa. And then I'm going to come in and go down. And Kim, I see you have a donation. Fluffies, I know you've had a question up for a while. Oh, by the way, can everybody hear me okay? I should have asked that. I don't think I'm getting all the comments. Let me check something. Hi, they call me Jen. Hi, GR. No, see, I didn't see this. Hi, Dawn. Hi, Anne. Hi, Annie. Hi, Rachel. And can you guys all hear me okay? Uh-oh, nobody's answering. Okay, great. Thank you, GR. All right, so this first reading is going to be for Lisa, who is going to try to make it, but she is babysitting her granddaughter, I believe. So, Lisa, and she just, I think, just wanted a general. She didn't leave an actual question. So, from her spirit guides for Lisa. And Lisa, I think it's, let me make sure. Oh, what the heck? I'm getting all these notifications. For Lisa, and all I have is SUPRE. So, oh, what's these? What's these? All right, so let's go ahead and begin. And then I lost your comments. There we go. All right, Lisa, we have the 5 of Cups called emotional loss. We're using the psychic tarot, by the way. We have patience, temperance, divine timing, but patience, waiting for that divine timing to take place. Another energy of patience, but this is patience and planning. So while I'm being patient, maybe this is putting a plan in place. And then we have the Magician, the Manifester. You know, it's interesting we open up the 5 of Cups, which does speak about emotional loss. But really what the 5 of Cups speaks about is where one's focus is at. And this is like when my focus is more on really what I've lost instead of the present moment and the potential of my present and my future. However, this person looking right over at Temperance. So I have a feeling, Lisa, this is energy you probably have moved beyond. So let's go underneath that and let's see what Temperance wants to bring in. So again, I feel like no time was lost, even if, even if I've been going through some type of emotional situation, maybe I've taken some time out. I feel like really no time was lost during that period. You may have received some like epiphanies, some ideas, direction. We have positive movement forward. Well, hello, passion ignite. Oh, we got 2 cards here. We have shadow, the moon. And then we have the Ace of Wands, passion ignited. I'm trying to think what the next full moon, I guess, would be Libra. Am I right? I know we just had a Virgo full moon. And then we have firm foundation. All right, so Lisa, I feel like for some reason you've had to have some patience to bring something about. I feel like you must have been, at least let's say 2023, like in an emotional, I feel like something emotional happened. But I feel like this is about clarity of that. And then also moving on from that. Now, when I say moving on from that, I feel like Temperance is bringing something your direction, your way. And maybe this is something that, truth be told, you've always wanted anyways. And I'm saying that because I do feel like the moon does talk about uncertainty. But it's also very dreamy type energy. And I love it next to the Ace of Wands, like, ooh, like, baby, you can light my fire type of energy. And, you may have dealt with someone, whether it be like romantically or platonically, where someone just may not have been grounded. And I feel like it's important for you that who's ever in your life is in grounded energy. But I feel like this Ace of Wands, Temperance saying, have patience, my dear, and I'll direct you. Like, I'll give you the signs to help you on your next steps. And I feel like that's what the Ace of Wands. And so whatever you've been patient for, I feel like now things are moving. Things are moving in a positive way, by the way, in a positive way. So this looks very good, Lisa. Even though we do open up with a little bit of a difficult energy. However, the Magician is mirroring that 5 of Cups, though. So I definitely feel like clarity. What's it say? Awareness. Awareness. Okay. I hope that helps, Lisa. Oh. I hear you fine from Bermuda over and out. Oh, okay. I was just reading your comment on. All right, I want to go back real quick and fluffies. And then I'm going to do Kim Broch. But Fluffies, I'd be grateful any messages you have from your guardian angels. You got it, my dear. Guess what deck I'm going to bring out for you, Fluffies? I'm telling you, the more you guys are in my lives, it's like I know, I just feel what deck is right for you. Of course, you can always ask for your own, like if there's a certain deck. And by the way, I see the donations. I want to let you guys know. And I'm probably going to be on here for like 4 hours. So and try to read for as many people as possible. But Fluffies, guardian angel, what messages? You're going to the top, my dear. Like you're going to the top for your answers. You have the King of Pentacles. Can be a Virgo, Taurus, or Capricorn. Can also be the way I look at life. You know, I feel like when I see the King of Pentacles, when I'm looking at my life, I'm looking at the big picture. You know what I mean? Where the Queen really breaks it down. But the King is like looking at the big picture. We have the Eight of Cups. Fluffies. And then you get the Fool. So, interesting because the Eight of Cups means, first of all, I feel like it's about emotional clarity. You know, the cups that have been knocked over. Some of the cups maybe had value. I'm sure all the cups had some type of value. But you know, it's like it is reflecting over your emotional house, so that you can ultimately find inner harmony. And I feel like that's exactly what you're doing because look what is right next to it. Sorry, my screen keeps going dark. Is the Fool. They call it the Cozy Witch here. We have the Six of Pentacles. Look at this. We have the Queen of Pentacles under the King of Pentacles. Now, you know, it doesn't matter your sign. Interesting, that would be. Well, let's keep going. Because this Queen's about to open a door. So let's see where it's taking her. To the Eight of Pentacles. And interesting, you have two eights connected here. 88. Someone could have life path 8. And when I say someone, I want everyone in the room to understand that sometimes you're going to hear another's message and you're going to be like, oh my God, that's exactly what I needed to hear. Your guides know you're here, so you certainly may hear that. But interesting because this Queen is about to open a door and she's moving into the Eight of Pentacles, which is an energy I truly love. And the reason why, you know, if you're beginning anything new, let's just say your creative house, your financial house, I feel like there is something that kind of like may have held you back a little bit. Maybe it was this king. I don't know. Maybe this king is someone who was more of a taker than a giver. And as, you know, Queen of Pentacles, she's not going to take that very long. But I feel like this is also talking about potentially a new project opening up for you. You know, I love the Eight of Pentacles because this is the energy where, well, first of all, it says if you put your focus upon it, and let's say it's your money, then that's what you're going to grow. And I also feel in the Eight of Pentacles, I don't need to know everything. I'm going to learn as I go. It's like not being afraid to be the apprentice, but knowing, you know, and I do know you have a lot of wisdom. So I feel like knowing that ultimately, you know, I feel like then you're the master teacher. All right. We have the Strength card, another 888. And then the Hermit. Interesting. You have a lot of pentacles. the Queen and the King. Though I feel like this King, and this could have been a while ago, but I feel like potentially you may have walked away from this King. And listen, I feel like Fluffies, I feel like you have so much spiritual wisdom, probably more than you even know. Because I feel like you're an old soul. And I love that the Hermit is mirroring the Queen over here, because this is me taking what I have learned through my dark nights of the soul and really finding the light within it. You know what I mean? And then, because I feel like the Hermit goes through, that darkness and is really seeking the light. And I feel like, and also asking those big questions. And the Hermit receives those answers. And I also feel like in the Hermit, if I'm looking for someone else to save my life, this is saying I can save my own life. Like, I can save my own life. And I also feel, Fluffy, is like your spirituality is a big part of who you are. And don't let anybody take that from you. Not that I think you would. And I also feel like there's something new opening up for you through the Fool's energy. And you look below that is the Strength card. So I feel like it's something, the Fool is opening up because of something you have overcome. And it's like, okay, now that Fluffies is overcome, let's go ahead and open up this next chapter. And I feel like that's what the door is. And I love that the Eight of Pentacles, if I want a love reading, I'm not sure this would be considered a love reading, but for your life, I feel like this is very abundant type energy. But maybe I did have to walk away from someone, to be the best that I could be. And listen, it doesn't mean, even if I walked away from someone, it doesn't mean that person can't come back. But I feel like you have goals. And I feel like you should follow those goals. Follow them home. Follow them home. And 888, 888. Well, that can be so many different things, but 888 is like the number of infinity, as above, so below, no beginning, no end. So who knows? I may have had to, and it's interesting because we have the King and the Queen connected. And you don't see that very often. So I do feel like, maybe I did have to walk away, but, as love goes, maybe this is something also that's coming back around. But I feel like what you have learned through your lifetime is so important. And again, I feel that energy of even the time alone, it wasn't wasted. So I feel like just be ready for something new to open up. And it doesn't have to be major, but I feel like you deserve it. I feel like you've overcome something. I feel like you understand yourself now. And the more you understand yourself, I feel like the more inner harmony you'll have, you're finding. And then who knows, like something may then come back together. But I feel like maybe what it is you do in the world is, let me put it this way. I feel like some of our experiences are like predestined. Not all of them, because there's free will. And sometimes we think, it's all about love, but sometimes our soul really wants to accomplish something major in this lifetime that maybe is outside of love. Doesn't mean I don't want love, but this is just as important, I feel. Your work is just as important. So, okay, I'm going to let that be. Interesting, fluffies. Okay, and then, hi, Dee. Hi, Lady of the Lake. Hi, PLN. Hi, Lana. Purple Rose Art. Oh, there you are. You just jumped down there. What was that say? Okay, I'll get back to you, Purple Rose. Hi, Berber. Hi, Olivia. Jasmine, and I see all your donations, so I am Kim. All right, so Kim Broch. Kim Broch, can you tell me how long before I hope it's okay that I say these questions out loud, but for some reason I feel like I have to. Could you tell me how long before my son and I will have a relationship like in the past? Okay. Kim, the Universal Tarot is calling to me. So you and your son, can their relationship come back and hopefully be better than ever? And if so, can you give us an idea of when? One more shuffle. I didn't like how that shuffled. There we go. That. Okay. Gonna give him a cut. All right, Kim. We have the Four of Pentacles. Could be like the homestead. Look at that. The Four of Wands flipped over. Like, I read me first. 2 4s. The Queen of Pentacles again, different deck. $44. I like that you have the Four of Wands here because that is about a commitment. But I do want to say you have the Four of Pentacles before that, and that could certainly talk about the home. But I also feel like, it may also talk about, well, maybe that's why I'm feeling it, the Queen of Swords. There could be someone who is like hanging on to like it has to be my way type of energy. Interesting, I got 2 queens here. First of all, I have to say that I feel good, but I do want more clarity. But I do feel good about this because I do feel like, we're not doing a love reading. So the Four of Wands to me would certainly talk about like a happy home. But maybe, when I say happy home, I just mean like, I don't even know, but I don't know. Let's just keep going. I guess I just meant a happy home. Okay. So, Chariot flipped itself around, which is good news, I think. We have Hello the Star under the Four of Wands. Your hopes, your dreams, your wishes. We have Judgment. We have the Three of Pentacles. And then we have the Strength card. Interesting. I do feel like there may be some issues that one of you or both you maybe have really had to overcome. It's interesting because, I feel like you and your son are soulmates. And I feel like, whatever happened, I do feel like it's temporary. Even if, it feels like it's taking a while. I don't know if there's someone has like an issue where there's something within them they need to overcome. It could be a temper, could be, it could be any type of like, how do I want to say? It's I don't know how to say it, like temptations within myself. Interesting also, though, I am noticing the infinity sign above their head. And you have judgment here, which is calling you to the present moment. This is what I feel. I feel that there's something going on where I feel like a truthful conversation could help, could definitely help. I also feel like in this conversation, like let's say I'm leading it as the mother, I have to keep myself open to like what they may say, what your son may say. Even if it's something you don't necessarily agree with, you still want to hear it. You know what I mean? Like you want to pay attention to what's being said. I feel like judgment is calling you to the present moment, and with the star right next to it, I feel like there's an opportunity for this relationship to heal. I really do feel that, like not only to heal, but then to get right back like on the right track. I just feel like there's something that someone has to deal with that's singular. Doesn't mean, like, let's say it's your son, doesn't mean I can't help. But in the same breath, I feel like there may be something that your son needs to figure out, maybe even on his own. You know what I mean? Like we want to go in and just fix our children's lives, but they don't want us to. But I love you have judgment here, so that your spiritual team is here. It's almost like the recognition of it. And I do feel like, like time period. Well, I want to say it could be very soon, especially with judgment here, right? Because it's calling you to the present moment. And I don't know what the issue in between, but I am seeing a lot of pentacles, so I don't know if that's the case. But I do feel like, there's something that your son, it's almost like within me, and I need to find that clarity. But I feel like a conversation, a truthful, honest conversation where everyone is actively listening. I feel like you're back. It'll just bring you back to like this happy home again. So this feels like temporary energy, even if temporary energy can last a while. I see these fours, but I also see this three. So it could be as soon, could be this, it could be March, but it could also be April. But I do feel like you're going to come back. Like, I feel like you guys are going to come back together again. Maybe stronger than ever, but I do feel like, again, there is someone that just needs to like figure something out within themselves, and I kind of feel like I can't really help them on that. Like I can give advice, I can comfort or whatever it is, but beyond that, I feel like maybe it's a lesson that your son's learning, and maybe it's an important lesson. But then we have the Three of Pentacles, and to me that is about coming together. Okay. All right. I'm going to let that be. I hope that helped. And that was for Kim. By the way, I am doing donations first. I just want to let you guys know that. It doesn't mean I'm not going to come back and try to do free ones also. But I just feel like, obligated to do donations first. So, and if you can't stick in the room, you check chat replay, because I may come back and answer your question. Okay, so Dawn, I'd like to know what I have to look forward to for the rest of March. Not too far ahead. I'm taking little steps getting out of this. I think that was supposed to be Ace of Swords. Hi, Empress. Just jumped on there. You're welcome, Kim. All right, Dawn. I just lost you, so let me go back. All right. So what you have to look forward to the rest of March, not too far. You're taking little steps getting out of this something of swords, but we'll just leave it open. I'm going to use the Luminous Tarot. For Dawn. You're probably at work, Dawn. All right. So, what does Dawn have? What does Dawn have to look forward to for the rest of March? Anything. We have the Hierophant, card of Taurus. We have Judgment. Look at that, 2 major arcanas back to back. First of all, what I'm noticing with the Hierophant are these keys. It's like the keys to the kingdom. How do I receive those keys? Through my belief, through my faith, keeping the hope. And then you have Judgment, your spiritual team, calling you to the present moment. You know, Judgment means that there's about to be a rebirth. So let's follow that a little bit. It's like, you know, it's like you're receiving the keys to something. Whoa. Okay, everything just kind of split, but we're going to take it. 10 of Wands. Okay, not that. The Moon. But then look at this. The Sun. So you have the Moon and the Sun. Interesting because in April, we're having a solar eclipse. And I don't know why it's reminding me of that. You know, also, I noticed the 10 of Wands here, which is really about a period of time. And I know you've been through this where there's just been like a lot of responsibilities on your back, you know, like on your shoulders. You know, I love that the sun showed also because I feel like the sun, you know, when the sun shows for me, it makes me feel like, I don't mean for me, but I mean in a reading, it makes me feel happy. Like happy. And then the Hierophant right above that. It's almost like the sun is illuminating those keys. We have the 9 of Wands. Strength card again. Ace of Swords. I'm not sure that Ace of Swords is what you said you're trying to get away from. But I feel like it's a good thing here. Well, then we have the Devil. Card of Capricorn. Let's take one right on the other end. The Knight of Swords. Okay. Here's what I feel like, Dawn. I feel like you've been through a period of time where things were heavy. Let's just say the energy felt heavy around you. And I feel like your spiritual team is just saying, reflect upon that. Because I feel like when I reflect upon those 10 wands, what I'm really figuring out is how strong I've become because of that, because of what I had to overcome. You know what I mean? It's like once you overcome something, especially like, well, in all areas, but like in love, like once I overcome it, it's like chances are then I've overcome you. But That being said, the Ace of Swords is mirroring the Sun. So, the Ace of Swords to me means truth, integrity, communication. And it may be some type of communication. Interesting that the moon's above it though. So like when? I don't know. Like, meh. But then the sun's mirroring it. So I feel like, I'm just gonna say that I feel that your spiritual team, it's almost like a reward from because of what you've been through. And I have a feeling a lot of that is like the changing of jobs, getting comfortable where you're at, going back to your old job, getting comfortable there, all that, like, and then like having to work so much. I feel like all of that, but I feel like it's paying off because I do feel like you are receiving the keys to the kingdom. And I don't even know what the kingdom is. Maybe you do. Um, well, let's just look. Okay, 3 swords. Well, you're not. That's not the keys to the kingdom. And the hermit. Look at that. So the hermit's illuminating the 3 of swords. And I feel like what it's saying, because you also have the sun illuminating the 3 of swords. So it's like it's your wisdom, but also the universe helping to illuminate that. Now, why would they want to illuminate that? Well, maybe that's what you're putting behind you. I feel like where you're like the energy that's moving towards you or you're moving towards, feels very bright. So maybe the reflection over those 3 swords was important, but also keeping the faith. And then I just want to come over and okay, I just wanted to look at Capricorn. We get the Queen of Swords over her or over Capricorn. Could certainly talk about a communication that's coming your way, especially with the Knight of Swords here. I don't know if it's coming from a Capricorn, but I do feel like you're going to have a conversation with someone. And I do feel like the energy is getting lighter and lighter and lighter for you. But I feel like you also have to keep your faith alive, keep the hope alive. And I feel like you're going to be guided. Like, it's going to be very clear, the signs. So just trust yourself. So when Judgment says there's about to be a rebirth, I feel like it's maybe a conversation with someone. But again, I feel like this conversation, and then I'm handed the keys to the kingdom. Maybe you're getting a promotion. I mean, is it too soon to give you a promotion? I don't think so. But I feel like you're being lifted. Let's put it that way. I just want to take one more. Look at that, the 9 of Cups. Wow. Inner harmony. Enjoying one's life. It is a singular energy, but in the 9 of Cups, I'm okay with that. And love will come when love comes. But in the meantime, I'm going to, Mother Mary, it's reminding me of Mother Mary's energy, joy. So I have a feeling you've got, and we're just looking at March. And I do feel like I feel like this hermit over the 3 of swords, I feel like you've already done that. And I just feel like you're receiving the keys to the kingdom. So whatever that kingdom means to you, baby, I feel like it's coming your way. How do I know whether to accept or not? You have to trust your intuition, trust your gut. Again, the sun's going to help illuminate. It's almost like it feels too good to be true. So it can't be true, right? But that's wrong. It can be true. So, hello, March. Now listen, I don't feel like this is just for March, though. I feel like what it's saying is the energy is getting lighter and lighter and lighter for you. And I do feel like, maybe reflecting over that Three of Swords. And it can certainly talk about things that just didn't go my way. Not allowing it to have an effect on my life, on my current, especially my intentions, right? Because Judgment does talk about a rebirth. Okay, I hope that helped on. Just a reminder, anyone here that is new, I do not read fast, so you do have to kind of have patience. Though I do have chat replay on. So if you can't stick around, you can ask a question and I will try. That's all I can do is try my best, guys. Before a lot of you came in, I was saying that there's someone that I had to kick off my channel because of the lies. It was just bad energy. Dawn, you're still not getting notifications. What the heck? You have to make sure that bell is rung like 100%. And a lot of people are going to be like, you're skipping me. I'm going to come back, but I have to do donations first. So Jasmine, you received your ring. It's okay. Bother with the middle. What? Bother with the middle of the diamonds. Wrong prongs. Request exchange to 4 something. What do you see about the 4.01 for me? It's interesting because I remember doing your reading, and I think I said in your reading that I felt that like or what did I say? Like that a discount was going to be offered to you. Now I felt like it's because you weren't going to get your ring in time, but maybe because the ring didn't come in, to your satisfaction. But I did feel like I felt it very clearly that you would be offered, or if not offered, maybe you should ask for something. But don't start a fight over it. I don't know why I just said that. All right. I'm going to use the Tarot Dreams, Jasmine. All right, so I feel like what you really want to know is if they're going to exchange and really fix the problem. And I had a feeling it was a diamond ring. So I'm glad you actually said it. And that's from your last reading, by the way. All right. Well, hello. We'll take you. Knight of Swords. Something maybe just say. Okay. Interesting. They're all different directions. So I'm just going to take them like I have them. We have the Magician, but it's in reverse. We have the Two of Cups. We have the Death card. We have the Hangman. I feel like it's saying that you're going to have some patience. Again, I feel like there's a special meaning to that ring. And I feel like maybe this is important for you to know. I don't feel like, like as a business owner that I intentionally, used the wrong prongs. Like, I don't feel like I intentionally, though a mistake has happened. And I don't feel like they're going to deny that But I do feel like, again, more waiting time. We have the Palace of Swords. And I feel like the Knight of Swords is you communicating to them, and I'm sure you have. I have a feeling you may have said, this is the last time I'll use your service. I don't know. Something is just saying that to me, like, this is the last time I'll use you. I'll use your service. We have the King of Wands, and then we have the Six of Pentacles. I feel like they're going to make it right. Nine of Swords, there's your worry over it. Truth be told, I feel like they're going to make it right. I don't feel like there's anything sneaky or like anything like I just literally feel like we made a mistake and we want to make it right. So I feel a lot of good energy around this, even though I know you're frustrated. Let's go just on this end, the Eight of Wands. Okay, that's good news. So maybe they will speed up the process. I feel like the Hangman's like, I've been waiting and waiting. I go pick it up and it's wrong. You know what I mean? And, you know, maybe you got a little angry because I do feel like I may have said, or I'm thinking, okay, well, I won't use your service again. But I do feel like they're going to make it right to you, make it right for you, and maybe even give you some money back. And I feel like they're going to expedite it. Is that the right word? So I don't know. It sucks, right? It sucks that that happened. I have a feeling that ring, I mean, I could be completely wrong, but I have a feeling that ring belonged to someone and you have it now. And because I feel like there is value, and I'm not talking about the money, just the value to me, like what it means to me. So I do feel like that they're going to make it right. They're going to make it right. Don't worry too much. I know it's hard not to worry, right? But at the same time, I feel like there's nothing going on that like you have to be leery of. I do feel like they're, you know, what a shame that your ring wasn't correct. But in the same breath, I do feel like you're going to receive a discount because of that. And then I feel like they will make it right. Okay, I'm going to let that be. But you know, I was going to say, I'm glad you got your ring, but you didn't really get it in the way that you had hoped. But I do feel like it will be. Well, let me read what your comments were. I just think they rushed it. Good thing you didn't mention about not using their service. Yeah, the prongs annoyed me when I mentioned several times claw prongs, but they didn't seem to listen. Well, they're going to listen now. They're going to listen now. Okay. Wow, a lot of people in the room. Hi, everyone. Sophia. 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 There's some names I just love saying. Sophia. I tried to get my daughter to name her youngest Sophia. All right. Hi. After spiritual awakening, I'm in a process of consciously uncoupling long-term partner. I've been resisting it. We have a child together. The outcome? All right. So you're trying to, I get it. I get it. I feel like, you know, having a child together is what's partly holding you in place, which I get. But let's take some cards on it. Let's use the good tarot. This is for Sophia. Sophia. All right. Guidance for Sophia on the outcome. We have the Six of Swords. You know, I like that, Sophia, because first and foremost, that tells me that you're going to be okay. Six of Swords, you know, I feel like right off the bat, it's saying that eventually you will separate, let's just say. And I feel like, you know, it's in the beginning in the Six of Swords, it's choppy waters, but it is the promise of calmer seas. You know, I just got to get through that temporary energy, but it does mean that you are leaving something behind, and I feel like that's your partner. You know, and I also feel like I need to say that you have every right to live life in the way that you see it. I feel like your guides wanted me to say that. All right, we have the Queen of Swords. And then we have Temptation, which is the card of Capricorn. It's a devil. We have the Seven of Pentacles. Interesting, Sophia, because I feel like, let me just put it this way. If you have, and I'm not telling you to leave your partner or anything, I'd never do that, but you're already telling me that that is what, you know, ultimately you'd like to see, because I have a feeling the love is not strong. But here's what I do feel, Sophia. I feel like, you know, when you ultimately make that move, I want you not to worry as much. You like, try not to worry about that, because I feel like you're moving towards a soul's intention. And what I mean by that is I feel like there's something that your soul like planted a seed before you came into this lifetime that is now coming to fruition, and it probably just isn't where you're at. Or who you're with is really what I meant to say. And I get a feeling that your partner has put you through some shit, and it feels like enough is enough. Like, I get that feeling like enough is enough. Interesting too, because the Queen, oh, look how your cards came out. The Queen of Swords, and don't worry about the sign, but look what she's got on her shoulder. That white owl, which to me is a symbol of wisdom. That is your spiritual awakening, right? It's like, it's so easy for me now to see the dark and see the light, where before it was, what's the word I'm looking for? It wasn't so clear, but now I see it. You have the Four of Swords, another great omen. So this is healing. So I feel like you're going to overcome this energy. You know, like your partner. Oh, I didn't even know we had a card over there. So let's look at that. We have the Eight of Cups, but it did come in reverse. So I feel like that's because you're still thinking. You're still wondering. You're still planning, that type of thing. So it's to me, it's signifying that I haven't left yet, or it hasn't ended yet. And I don't know why, Sophia, but I'm also picking up that, like, I feel like once you move into the next chapter, and I feel like that's without your partner, I feel uh, like, I don't know why, but I feel uh, like I can breathe, I can be me, I can live my life. You know what I mean? I feel like there's so much. Now, I don't know whether to put this on your partner or just to say that I feel like there's a seed, your soul seed is coming to fruition. And it probably doesn't include your partner. Well, hello, love. Love, love, love. And let's take one more. And we have the Queen of Cups. Queen of Cups being mirrored by the Four of Swords. Your heart's going to heal. And listen, maybe it's not even about the heart, but I feel like, if I'm wondering, like, is this a good move? First of all, you have to make that decision yourself. But I feel like if you decide to move on from that, I feel like, right now you may be like, I want to do it, but I feel like your guides are just saying it's not going to be as hard as you think. And I feel like emotionally, I feel like you overcome it pretty quickly. And potentially there's new love on the horizon. So let's take one at this side, the Queen of Pentacles. She's been coming out a lot. And then the Seven of Swords over here. Okay. Wow. So I feel like for some reason, I feel like maybe you don't trust your partner. And maybe he's giving you reasons. But here's the thing. I almost feel like I don't want to look back. I want to look at you moving forward. But the Seven of Swords kind of tells me, it doesn't mean it's someone who's a cheater. It can. But it's definitely someone who probably tells lies. Even if they're just little white lies. Well, if you keep telling me these little white lies, then how am I ever going to believe you? And that may be where the devil comes in. So I'm not worried about you. I think you'll be just fine. But I do want to look at love. We get the Five of Pentacles. Well, that makes sense because that's you making a change. And the Five of Pentacles, again, it's not the easiest energy. No, neither is the Six of Swords, but they both talk about what's next. Calmer waters. And then in the Five of Pentacles, I feel like this isn't, once we move through that Five of Pentacles, and Five of Pentacles to me doesn't give me the luxury to like sit there and do nothing. I have to move through it. But as I move through it, I say this all the time in my readings, I feel like you're moving towards soulmate energy. Now I'm looking at love. So I want to take, and I know you didn't even ask me that. The Five of Swords. Interesting. Two fives. Let's take one more above that, the Four of Cups. Okay. So I feel like what this is saying is eventually you're going to have new love in your life. And I feel like it's important. And I feel like you've already done this. The more I can clear the energy of the past, like let's just say your partner didn't turn out to be what you expected, that type of thing. I don't want to take that energy and move it forward. I want to understand it. I want clarity over it, which I feel like you already have. But I also feel like this is signifying that, your love life is not over. And I do feel like this is in time. And I also feel like the ball's going to be put in your court. So I feel like that's what these fives are saying. Like, as I start to move through this energy and I get settled with it, I feel like then love enters your life. The lovers, let's make that clear. So how do I know? How do I know? How do I know? Use your spiritual discernment. And in the Four of Cups, this person is being offered a cup. And we are looking at love at this moment. And I do feel like it's, down the road. Now, I don't know how far down the road. I guess that really is determined by you. And what I mean by that is I feel like you're free and clear by the time this energy reaches you. So I feel like the outlook for you feels very good. And also for your child, because I feel like, I don't know if the two of you, not your child, but you and your partner, I don't know if there's arguing or something going on. And that doesn't feel good either. So I feel like this isn't just about you. I also feel like it's about your child, and will my child be okay? And I feel like the answer is yes, yes, yes. If my mother is happy, then I'm happy. And I also feel like, our children, we sometimes don't think they know what's going on, no matter their age, but they can feel it. They can feel it. So I feel like it may benefit your child too. And I'm not saying that like the dad is bad for the child, but I do see whoever you fall in love with next is also going to love your child. And I think that's important. Like we're a package deal. Okay. I feel like you have a lot to look forward to. Though I feel like you just got to get through the choppy waters. And once you do, just be open. Just be open. Then you have to mean that I'm saying I want love or this or that. Just be open to whatever the universe wants to supply to you and for you. All right, my dear. And I know you can do, Sophia. I just feel it. So whatever feels good to you. All right. Dawn, I hear you fine from Bermuda. Over and out. 10-4, good buddy. Rachel. Hi, Sandy. Hi, Rachel. I would like to check on work and love to get some clarity, please. Thank you in advance for a wonderful reading. You're very, very welcome. I'm going to go back to the Cozy Witch. Let's give it a couple good shuffles. All right, for Rachel. Work and love. All right, we have the 7 of Pentacles. What's it say? Nurture what you have and see how it grows and grows. And then next to that is the 3 Swords, and it says it's okay to cry. Crying is a release. It's funny, she's got this book in her hand. It's like she's leaving the library and she has this book in her hand and there's a heart on it. It's almost like I'm learning through love. I'm learning about love. All aspects of it. Whoa. Okay. We have the good luck charm. If nothing seems to be going your way, cast a spell. Well, we have the world. Hello. Hello, Ace of Wands, right under the 7 of Pentacles. So it's like, it's reminding me of like when like you plant seeds and what's that light you use to make them grow? You know what I mean? It's like, here is the light to help grow. And I feel like the plants are your dreams, are your goals. And here is the light to help bring them into fruition. We have the Page of Swords. We have the Five of Pentacles. And then we have the Four of Pentacles. All right. Four of Pentacles is mirrored by the Ace of Wands. And interesting, she's sitting there. You know, I used to think it was a cell phone, but it's really tarot cards. And it's coming under the world, the next chapter. What's it say? Yay, you did it. Now do something to celebrate a job well done. Wow, what did you do? I feel like in the Five of Pentacles would give us a little bit of a clue, some type of change. And maybe it's just that you moved through this change without getting too lost in it. You know what I mean? Like sometimes we don't want change. But listen, this isn't something, I feel like this would have already happened. I'm going to take one on this end. Look at that, the Four of Wands. And then on this end, oh my God, Rachel. You know, it's funny. You asked about love and work. And what comes out on these two sides? Well, let's talk about work first. The Nine of Pentacles. You know, the Nine of Pentacles, if you're willing to put the work in, then success will be yours. This is successful self-employment, but you don't have to be self-employed. It just means that you are the benefactor of the work that you put in. Also, I feel like it is singular type energy, but I feel like it's because I'm becoming stronger and stronger within myself, becoming more and more independent within myself. And then how interesting, mirroring it to me is the most beautiful love card, which is the Four of Wands. Commitment. And by the way, it just so happens to be touching the world, the next chapter. So I feel like, yeah, this book that I'm learning from or that I read that's helping me, you know, and listen, maybe what you're learning, you're then helping others to learn or overcome. Because I feel like this Ace of Wands is meant to ignite like desire and passion within you, but not just for love, also in your material world. All right, I'm going to take a card that I want to connect the Three of Swords and the Five of Pentacles together, and we have the Four of Cups. Okay, so I feel like what this is saying is it's kind of like, it reminds me a little bit of Sophia's reading where it's saying that, you know, I feel like there's great love on your journey. And I know that because what they call the marriage card is also touching the world card. And I do feel like you've had to overcome some things, but listen, I feel like the things that you've overcome are now your wisdom. And I feel like if you're helping I feel like no matter what you're doing, I feel like in a way, well, no, I don't even want to say in a way. I feel like no matter what you do for a living, I feel like you're still helping. It's like the natural healer. You are the natural healer. Now, I also want to say, you know, it looks like great love with the Four of Wands, right? But then we have the four. Interesting. Didn't we have these two fours next to each other? Different deck. But anyways, so the Four of Cups talks about a cup that's coming your way, right? But it's asking you to use, like, what do I do? Should I accept that cup? It says use your spiritual discernment. Like you know within you that first instinct, and then don't overthink it. So your love and your money looks very, very good. Though I do feel like you did have to get through this period of time that was not easy. And maybe you're not completely over that period yet, but I feel like you will be. And Keep your focus on your money. Put your intentions out there about love. And I feel like you just might be surprised at what's going to find you. I love that you have the Nine of Pentacles. I love that for you. But I also love that you have the Four of Wands. Commitment. True commitment. And it's interesting. It feels like it's coming through a tarot reading. So maybe it's this reading. I feel like what the best thing I can say right now is just get ready for the next chapter. Put your intentions out there. I feel like you've learned a lot. You've learned a lot about some difficult experiences. And if maybe you're still learning. But I feel like, as things start to enter your life, you really want to trust your spiritual discernment. It's really important here. Because you are going to be like, I feel like there are going to be offers. There's going to be, how do I want to say this? Like, I want to say chances of change, but I'm not sure what I mean by that. But you might know what I mean. But I feel like get excited for your future, my dear. Get excited for your future. And you may have been through a dark time, but I feel like a lot of people are coming out of like this dark energy, and it's like we're starting to see the light again. I feel the same thing for you. I mean, your money and your love could not look any better, my dear, except that you had to get through some hardships. Now, as things start to enter your life, like new things, even if they're old things, but coming back as new, your spiritual discernment is what you want to trust above all. And your money's being illuminated. And I feel like there's something that you do for a living that just feels right. Or let me put it a different way. I feel like, again, this is talking about a soul seed of intention, because I feel like in the Seven of Pentacles, it is about my tree of life and my soul seeds that are on that tree and the patience that's needed, right? The first message of the Seven of Pentacles is patience. It's like, I don't want to pick an apple before it's ripe, right? I may want to pick that apple, but if I pick it before it's time, then it's going to be bitter. So that's another thing, just trusting in divine timing. But holy cow, your money and your love just look great after a period of time where maybe you didn't feel like it was going to improve. Interesting, I see this lighthouse. I don't know if that has any, and I think it's a lighthouse. I don't know if that's symbolic to you in any way. Okay. But wow. I have to say, so far, the readings, though, it is speaking about life. It is speaking about the difficulties, but it's also speaking about the rewards of, knowing that you can overcome challenges, knowing that you're strong enough. Doesn't mean it's going to be easy, but that's temporary energy. And then I feel like everything just moves accordingly, or smoothly, divinely. I'm not even sure how to put it, Rachel. And it was a wonderful reading, I have to say. All right, Jasmine, you're back again. I showed Linda, my friend, my 4.44 carat. What was her thoughts of the size and color? Land, she knows I will be exchanging it to a smaller size 4 carat. All right, so I'm not really sure. I showed Linda, my friend, your ring. And you want to know what her thoughts of the size and color. All right, let's just see what we get. I want to use, where are they? Where are they? That's weird. Oh, here they are. I'm going to use the Gilded Tarot, Jasmine. So, just what were Linda's thoughts when you showed her the ring? Strength card. Queen of Cups. Whoa. King of Swords. Four of Swords. Interesting. I'm saying interesting because the Four of Swords is mirroring the Strength card, which really talks about our own inner demons, so to speak. Now I can talk about someone else's also. But because the Four of Swords is there, it feels like healing. Now I know that has nothing to do with the ring. Look at this, the Nine of Swords. You had that in your last reading also. So definitely think about that because that keeps showing up for you. The Nine of Swords is unnecessary worry. That's really the meaning of the card. And it's just learning to like control those thoughts that can get away from us. We have the Two of Wands. We have the Six of Swords. And then we have the Hangman. You know, it's interesting because I'm not 100% sure what your question, what you're asking, other than like what was Linda's opinion. And it seems to be like I don't have anything where I feel like it would be negative. You know, it's funny, but I'm getting this feeling, and I could be completely wrong here. I don't know if Linda's married, and I don't know if like she looks at your ring and then she looks at her husband or her partner, like almost like why, like I don't know if your ring is like bigger than her ring. And I don't mean that so much in a jealousy way. I mean that as in I feel like she's questioning someone else. It's almost like she wants not your ring, but well, let's look at that. Okay. Interesting. You know, I feel like her first reaction, I feel like she thinks it's beautiful. I feel like her second reaction, whether she spoke it or not, and this is if she's connected to someone, which everything is telling me she is, potentially I feel like, you know, like why can't I have the same? Even though you know your ring is not like 100% done yet. Let's look over here. The Magician and the Three of Wands. So I'm not feeling like any negativity towards you. But I do feel that, like, it's not that I feel like I wish I had your ring. At least I don't think that's what I'm feeling. But I do feel like I wish I had a ring like that. And she may be actually speaking those words to someone. And you have the Four of Wands here, so she could be married, speaking it to a husband. Yeah, that's all I'm really getting. But honestly, I don't feel anything like negative towards you. I just don't feel that. Other than I do feel like, like, hmm, that's pretty, and in her mind, I feel like she's thinking, boy, I wish I had that. I don't know. All right, let's pick that up because I feel like there's going to be a conversation she's going to have with another. All right. Let me grab a drink real quick. Of iced tea. And Olivia. Olivia. All right. Let's put those over there. Well, let me read your question, then I'll decide what deck. I recently went through a really tough time where I was fired. Oh, I'm sorry. I applied for a job in corrections. Do you think I'll get that job? All right. Well, Tarot of Dreams. It's funny because my eye just keeps going over to, again, Mother Mary's words. I should put that here. Can you see it there? Yeah, joy. But it's also celebration. Celebrating the good things that are happening in our lives. State of gratitude. All right, that's 2 pentacles. I like that. I feel like that's a good sign. Even though some may read that, I mean, it's called the Juggler's card, but I feel like it's a good sign of you making a decision. To me, I feel like you're going to, like, the position's going to be offered to you. With the Devil. It's interesting, Olivia, because before you go any further, I get this feeling that even though it's been really tough, and I can feel that, I feel in a way, not in a way, I don't know why I always add those extra little words, but I feel like you may have felt like you may have been in an energy where it was time for change and you may have been resistant to it. Now, maybe didn't like, and I feel like that's coming from your guides. And then if you think about the devil casts illusions. And I feel like what illusion the devil is casting here is that you're stuck or that you were stuck. But truly, if you look at this person's in a cage, right? But the door is wide open. They just need to turn around and look at that. But I feel like that's everything you've been through. Palace of Wands. I'll take it. Page of Cups. Queen of Pentacles. Okay. I like what you're getting here. King of Swords under the Devil. Could have been someone who fired you. The bastard. Queen of Wands. Queen of Action. That tells me you will be in action. And by the way, I love that the Queen of Wands is coming under the Palace of Wands. Just energy I feel right in. Energy just feels right for me. Hello, Palace of Cups under the Page of Cups. Wow. And then the World. Oh, and Temperance. Holy cow. Olivia. You know, first of all, Temperance is about divine timing. Everything happening in divine timing. And the more that we allow that or go with that flow, the easier life feels. Now, you also have the World, which signifies a new chapter opening up for you. You know, it's interesting because I feel like your old job, though, I'm sure you didn't want to get fired, but I feel like, honestly, I feel like you were stuck. And I almost feel like the universe came in to help. And yes, does that mean they helped me because they fired me? They got me fired? Well, maybe because something bigger and better is opening for you. And I definitely feel that because not only is the queen, who I feel is you, is in the Palace of Wands, but she's also in the Palace of Cups. And this queen over here, and again, you're all people, unless I just feel it otherwise. I don't feel like you're the king. I feel like the king is the energy that made you feel trapped, and you've got your back to that person. So this queen, the Queen of Pentacles with the Two of Pentacles, would definitely say use your logical mind. Like, don't have any fear, which I don't feel like you do. But I feel like wherever you're headed next, so I do kind of feel like you're going to get the job. But even if you don't get that job, I feel like the perfect job is going to open itself. It's going to show itself. So just trust your guidance. Trust your guidance. Because ultimately, I feel like, you know, the difficult energy you're going through right now, I feel like down the road, I feel like you're going to be so happy. I just feel that. I feel like a sense of joy and happiness, you know, within myself. And I just want to take one right down the middle of the Seven of Pentacles. So I feel like, you know, it's interesting because this is a perfect example of like when the universe, you know, if there's certain seeds that our soul or experiences our soul wanted to have, but we're in this earthly body or our human body, and we forget that we're also a spiritual being having human experiences. Then we move through these energies a lot easier, you know. And yes, sometimes it is difficult, like when it's time for change. But I feel like I will look back at this energy and I feel like there will be a day that you're going to thank your lucky stars. So, you know, you're getting a job and it's all in divine timing. That tells me divine also had a hand in you losing your other job. But where you're heading towards, these beautiful palaces, you know, there must be emotional clarity and inner harmony within this Palace of Cups. And in the Palace of Wands, there's got to be a lot of desire and, you know, it's action oriented. And the Queen of Wands showing right before, she's like, bring it on. I love the queens showing below their actual, what's the word I want to use? Like the Queen of Pentacles showing under the Two of Pentacles, Queen of Wands showing under the Palace of Wands. It just feels right. And then Temperance is like, my dear, we've got you. We've got you. Trust in us. And even trust that sometimes the difficult things that happen in life, sometimes, a lot of times, we go back. And it depends how, you know, sometimes it's years. We look back and we say, thank you. So glad that tower happened. Now, it doesn't have to be years. It could be months. You know, you get the job and you find that you're perfect for that job. And then you're thankful. So I feel like your guides really covered all the bases here for you. So, to me, that's a great omen that you will get that job. But let's say for any reason you don't get that job, then I feel like something else will just open up. But be proactive also, which you are. Oh, my chair making all that noise. Okay. A lot of people in here today. I didn't expect for a Monday. I thought it'd be like, I almost was thinking, should I even do it on a Monday? Berber, I'm unemployed. Will I get a job soon? Interesting that you asked that question right after we did a reading that spoke a lot about new jobs. So that may also apply to you, but I'm going to use the Universal Tarot for you, Berber. And so we're looking to see when Berber will find hopefully a good paying job, a job that will be satisfactory or better. I don't know why I said that. Just going to leave it open to your guides as it relates to a new job. We have the Nine of Wands. Nine of Wands speaks about where you've been. And I feel like in the Nine of Wands, it's like, now I know who I truly am. I feel like I've gained a lot of experiences. But in the Nine of Wands, it's really knowing oneself and being proud of who you are and how far you've come. But also in the Nine of Wands, there's new growth on this wand that this person's holding. We have the Eight of Cups. I feel like that was your last job. Temperance again. Look at that. Temperance coming out again. So I feel like you definitely want to listen. Who did I do right before you? I think it was Olivia. I feel like you and Olivia's reading is very, very similar. And I love, again, a temperance is part of your reading. We have the Tower. Well, the Tower is probably losing of your last job because it's mirrored over here by the Nine of Wands. So, maybe you did have to look, or you do have to examine the Tower, and maybe just to know, understand, and it doesn't mean anything is your fault. That's not what I'm saying. But in the same breath, I do want to know why the Tower happened. And then don't hang on to it. Like, don't hang on to that energy, because it's interesting. I feel like someone that you worked for, or a company that you worked for, and I don't know if it's the last company, but I feel like they may be coming to an end. Like, they may be closing their doors. We have the King of Swords. Oh, almost wanted to come out, but didn't quite make it. Hello, Knight of Cups. So, you're not asking about love. So this is a couple fulfillment. It is unexpected. Though I do think you do have to be proactive, right? Like, I've got to put applications, resumes, word of mouth, all that. But I feel like this is signifying that something, again, it pulls me back to Mother Mary, the energy of joy. So something to celebrate, no doubt, no doubt. And it is after the fact. It is after that Tower. the world. Connected, just like Olivia's, connected to Temperance, though different decks. This is what I'm talking about when I say that a lot of times you'll receive answers through other people's questions and answers. But let's keep going. Look at that. You have the Two of Cups too. And then the Moon. Okay. First of all, there's new growth upon your wand. That means something new is going to open up. I feel like the Tower is your last like where you worked at, your last place of employment. And I do feel like there are doors that are closing. And maybe that's you just closing the door to them, but in a way, and I don't even know why I'd bring it up, but maybe to show you how valuable you are, because I feel like there's some type of energy, like I leave it and I know this energy because, and I feel like that's why I'm saying it, where I was fired once and then within 6 months, their doors closed. You know why? Because they fired a great manager who would have kept those doors open. All right, let's take one on the other side, the Two of Swords. All right, so Two Swords could just be a little fear. Maybe I feel that the uncertainty is a little too much, but I feel like Berber, trust in your guides, trust that the perfect, and I say perfect, it may not seem perfect right away. But I feel like, again, this is the energy of you landing in what does feel like the perfect place. What does feel like a place that I'm happy to go to work. Like, I look forward to going to work. I remember many jobs where I hated going to work. Like, I hated having to get up in the morning, all that. So I feel like just be open, because I feel like the universe is, bringing in this cup. And ultimately, I feel like, this becomes your new life. I just want to take a run right across the middle. The High Priestess, your intuition. So, no Two of Swords. Let's put your intuition there instead. So, trusting yourself. Trusting yourself. And maybe it means trusting yourself as it relates to whether you're going to accept this cup or not. I think that you will. Because then the very next energy is the World, the next chapter, with Temperance right above it, divine timing. And Temperance says, let go of control of the things you cannot control and let me control them. And so she does. And so she does. You may not even know why you got fired, or I don't know if you got fired, but why you lost your last job. It may not even be clear, but it could be because ultimately they closed their doors. But anyways, that's the past. This is about where you're moving towards. So this is a great omen, again, relating to your finances. And I just feel like you really need to trust, or yes, be proactive. But I feel like, again, divine is part of this. So to me, that means that you end up in a place, let's just put it this way, where you're needed. And then I feel like life just feels so much better. Okay. I hope that helped, Berber. So similar to Olivia's reading. I find that interesting. I know that. I just want to remind you guys that. And those that haven't donated, don't think that I'm just skipping over you, because I am going to try to go back. All right, PLN, messages from your spirit guides, please. You got it. The light seers. I haven't had a chance to see if my daughter's in the room yet. Jenny Love Tarot. All right, PLN, spirit messages. Again, we're using the light seers. Let's see what we're starting off with. We have the Page of Cups with the Queen of Pentacles. She's looking right back at that Page of Cups, though her eyes are closed. So maybe she's meditating over that. It's interesting because there's that symbol that I want to say you see the kids do, but it doesn't have to be kids. Because what was I watching? I think the Oscars last night, and older people were doing it too. But is that symbol of love? Hello, Fool. I get this feeling that you have spent a little time figuring out yourself, figuring out life. I feel like you're someone who's very connected. And I feel like connected to the earth. Not that you're not connected above. Of course you are. And I actually feel like this is your higher self speaking to you. So then comes the Fool, which talks about that something that's about that you have an opportunity to take a leap towards. Well, hello, Ace of Wands. So I like that. That means to me that you're going to be inspired to take this leap. A leap of faith, a new chapter. And it doesn't, I want to say it has nothing to do with your past, except for your wisdom, except for the things that you've overcome. Ace of Wands with the Fool, I like that a lot. To me, that means something desirable is opening up, but it is going to take your action. And maybe that's why the Fool's first. Like, I have to be able to take that leap of faith. Maybe I need to trust within myself. Nine of Swords. Okay. I'm not really trusting in myself in that energy. That's a lot of worry. But again, it is unnecessary worry. We have the 10 of Swords. Okay. Well, that's probably why you don't want to repeat a pattern. And then we have the King of Cups, though we did come in reverse. I get a feeling that you may have dealt with a repeat pattern type of energy. And I feel like it may be something that you had, I want to say that you had to learn from, but I'm not sure if that's the right words. But I do feel like you, could have been relating to love. And I'm only saying that because the King of Cups is in reverse. And I don't really love the King of Cups in reverse, because I feel like this king gives their cups to everyone else. Now, it can be a queen. Doesn't have to be, All right. Well, hello, Six of Wands under that Ace of Wands. And then we have the Tower. But then we have the Magician. This tells me that you've learned a lot from your past, let's just say tower moments. It just means disruption, things that disrupted your life, things that forced a change. Sometimes I want them and sometimes I don't. Sometimes a tower is our friend. It may not feel like it at that moment, but it doesn't mean it's not true. I love that you have the Six of Wands under the Ace of Wands because that is the energy of victory. Oh, my screen is so dark. Not only is the energy of victory, but I often feel this person has, I'm trying to make my screen go light again. I often feel this person has a platform. I mean, you can just see the spotlight on them. Like you belong in the spotlight. But you may worry about that. Do I? Do I really, Sandy? And the answer is yes. Now, when I say spotlight, doesn't mean I have to be on stage performing. Of course, if that's what I want to do, then I'm not going to leave that out. But I feel like this is saying, because we have the Fool, that I feel like the hardships, again, an energy of where I feel hardships are behind us, and now we're moving to lighter energy. I do feel like there was a repeat pattern in your life, and it could have been over love. You know what I mean? Like maybe, I hate to say, like, I chose the wrong partner, because I don't feel like that's how love happens. I feel like it just happens. But sometimes they're free will. So I do feel like this is something you had to overcome, but I feel like you do. And especially with the Magician here, understand the power that you now have in manifesting the life that you truly want. And when I say manifesting the life you truly want, it's like putting those seeds of intention out there, but not to the point where, like, if it doesn't show this, like if I'm looking for love, I'm just using this as an example, and they don't have blonde hair, blue eyes, I'm just going to turn them right down. Do you know what I mean? Because I feel like, well, I want to just look right down the middle. So the Page of Wands tells me that you will take a chance. And then the Page of Pentacles tells me you have learned a lot. And I also feel like, I have a feeling you're an old soul. And it's like you're learning the last lessons that your soul really feels like it needed to learn in this lifetime. You may not have had an easy life. And I feel like a lot of old souls don't have an easy life, because I feel like that's not what we ask for. Now, as a human being, we forget that. We're born with amnesia. But as a spiritual being, we know, first of all, these towers, we know that we can overcome them. And you do overcome them. So I feel like, and this also could certainly signify like a chance, or I'm saying a chance, but let's say an opportunity to do something that I feel like you already have the wisdom. Now it's just taking that leap of faith. But because the Page of Swords come out, or Page of Wands came out, who I call my Fool, it feels to me like you are going to take a chance in something. I keep saying a chance. I don't know why. But I also feel like your intuition is going to be ignited. So it's like following that. But ultimately, I feel like after a period of time, maybe what was a repeat pattern, maybe you've come to that realization, and maybe you gave the tower. But now what am I going to do? What do I want to manifest? How do I want my life to look? Those are the seeds I want to plant. How do I want my life to look? And understanding the power you have of manifestation, especially with the Ace of Wands here. It's almost like, again, the energy being guided. And I feel like, again, the energy of an old soul. So I feel like if this is about taking a chance, I feel like you have You have everything to be the best that you can be. And the energy of being victorious. This is also the energy where other people are paying attention to what it is you're doing and saying. And it's mainly because of the actions that you've taken. It's like people are looking up to you like, well, if they can do it, then maybe I can too. So this may be something you don't want to hear, but maybe this hardship was something that taught you well. And I feel like once we go through that type of energy, especially if there's a repeat pattern with something, but then I realize that, I feel like we put an end to it. And then, of course, the fool's going to come out, right? Okay, the next chapter, the next opportunity that ultimately feels like, I feel like the Nine of Swords, don't worry. Try not to worry, because I feel like ultimately you're landing in success, whatever that may mean to you. The spotlight is on you. And it feels like it's coming from your inspiration. So I don't know if maybe you're very inspirational, and maybe you're helping others through your inspirational words or actions. Okay, I'm going to pick that up. I hope that helped. And that King of Cups, male or female. But I kind of get a feeling that that person may have been eclipsed out of your life. All right. Lady of the Lake. I hope that helped, PLN. Again, I think you told me your name, and I apologize that I cannot remember it. All right, Lady of the Lake. Any messages for me, please? Okay. Let's use a psychic tarot. It's funny, Lady of the Lake. I don't know if you were here, still in the room when someone came in, and I don't know if they just, like, if they read a book, or they came in and they said something about Lady of the Lake. Like, they literally just saw Lady of the Lake, and then they saw your name. I don't know if you were in the room when that happened, but that was interesting. All right. So, messages for Lady of the Lake. Okay. I don't went flying. All right. We have the Seven of Swords with the Seven of Wands. Stand your ground. Deception and envy. 2-7, 77. Obstacles and challenges. Okay. So far, the energy seems a little difficult. I'm not going to lie. But let's not forget, 5 does talk about change. So it does feel like there's been some obstacles put in your way. Challenges that you've had to overcome. And it could certainly speak about people or a person who just wasn't truthful with you. It's almost like someone tells me a lie and then they expect me to believe it. But I feel like you're beyond that. Like, I don't believe you anymore. So I'm not sure who this is in your life, other than to say that I feel like, again, if they're telling me lies, tell me lies, tell me sweet little lies. That's not the words to the song, I don't think. We have the 4 of Cups, discontentment, boredom in one's life. This person has their back to the world. And I get it. With the 7 of Swords, I get it. Who can I trust? Who can I trust? Well, Four of Cups would answer that for you. Your spiritual team. That's who you can trust. So let's not forget, in the Four of Cups, this person is being offered a cup. Though you can't see it in this image, they are being offered a cup, and they are being asked to use their spiritual discernment as it relates to whether I accept that cup or not. I feel like, man, you've been through something. Like, you have been through it. Now, this could be, of course, past energy. But I definitely feel like you've been through it. Look at that. The Eight of Swords. Lady of the Lake, I don't love that. But then we have victory and success. Let's talk about this for a second. Self-created prison, right? This is where, and I get it because I've dealt with some untrustworthy energy in the Seven of Swords. And I certainly don't want to deal with that again. So I feel like this prison was created so I don't have to deal with that again. Maybe I have a hard time trusting people. But again, I feel like if that's the case, it's due to someone else who just is untrustworthy anyway. We have firm foundation. And then the Magician. Beautiful. I'm going to take one on this end. Hello, Nine of Cups. Thank you. I feel like we needed that. And then look on the other side, the Fool. So I feel like who's ever been untrustworthy in your life, and maybe it's just more than one person. Maybe it's just a general statement. Like if you don't come to me with your truth, with your honesty, integrity, then I really have no interest. I really have no interest. I feel like you have no interest in repeating what was, or I kind of hope you don't, because I feel like this is about, again, changes. When you look at that 4 or a 5, you definitely want to think change. And underneath it's a firm foundation. So I get this feeling like the foundation wasn't quite as firm, almost like I was in quicksand. But I feel like you found your way out. And if you haven't, I feel like start looking for the light, because I feel like this is the opportunity to find your way out if you haven't already. I love the Nine of Cups over here because it says fulfillment of wishes. And it's coming over the Four of Cups, which you are being offered a cup. And the Magician underneath it, which is called awareness. So I kind of, in a way, don't feel that you're going to reject this, whatever it may be. Again, let me make it clear that it is a cup of fulfillment. And a new beginning. Well, with that in mind, in what? Look at this, the world. The next chapter. 21-3, joy. And I have a feeling you need it. I have a feeling, I just get this feeling like you have been through it. But, in the same breath, I feel like you are so much stronger now. And if you're not feeling that, I feel like the day will come when you say to yourself, like, I am so much stronger than what I used to be. Like, I am proud of the person I am now. Not that you weren't proud of the person you always been, but I feel like there's this sense of a reason to be proud. You're another one where this cup of fulfillment is coming toward you. It's asking you to take a chance, right? As the Fool, take a leap of faith, and it is faith. But then the new chapter opens. So it's almost like you need to open that chapter. And maybe first this cup of fulfillment shows, the Nine of Cups is really about inner harmony. I feel like you didn't have it up here, but that's where you're heading. Now I just have to allow myself. And maybe simply by allowing myself, that's what opens up the next chapter. And I can't help but tie back again to joy, celebration. I forget what your question was, to be honest. But this is what I feel like wanted to come out for you. Okay, I'm going to pick that up. It's funny when I forget a question. I just feel like, okay, well, this is what their guides want them to hear. Oh, you didn't really even have a question. Okay, so that's what your guides wanted you to hear. Hi, my beautiful D. So your questions in the chat. All right. Brad and I had a fight. He said I just wasted a year on this and that he missed out on other opportunities with other people. We mentioned he mentioned a specific girl. Am I crazy for being hurt and angry? Hell no. Did he mean it? What will happen? That was cruel. That was cruel. Now, did that just come because of the argument? You know what I mean? And it's interesting because I think in our last lives, I was saying how Sam and I got into this major fight. And I mean, literally, I said, I am packing my bags. But then we made up. But I think that was more me, you know what I mean? Because it just feels like my natural reaction. Well, I'm just going to pack my bags and leave. All right. But anyways, D, I'm sorry. I'm sorry you're feeling that way. All right. So with that being said, did he really mean it? Well, let me read what you said again. All right, you said he wasted a year. Are you crazy for being hurt and angry? And did he mean it? Okay, so that's what I really want to know. Did he mean it? And if we may, what will happen? With Page of Cups. I feel like that's you right now. Your inner child is a little injured. We have the Knight of Swords. I feel like that's Brad. And just look at this person. Look at this knight. Like, he looks aggressive. Like, he looks like I'm not afraid to use that sword. Now, when I say use that sword, I mean in probably in that argument. Whoa. Okay, we got a lot, but oh, wow, we got a lot, but I'm going to take them. We have the Knight of Swords. We have the Queen of Cups. That's you, D. And it's mirroring the Page of Cups. So I feel like, I was correct when I feel like it's like that way, it's directly to your inner child's energy. Like, all right, but let's see. Okay, Eight of Swords. King of Cups. Now he's in the upright, so I'm happy about that. Four of Swords. I'm happy about that. Five of Wands. There was that argument. It's interesting because Five of Wands, a lot of ego in the Five of Wands. This is the energy where I at least the way I read it, like nobody wants to back down from this argument. And I say that to Sam all the time, like, like we have to learn how to back down. I can back down. I go into my room, but then he follows me. But now this Five of Wands is mirroring this Eight of Swords, and that's a self-created prison. Well, hello, Knight of Pentacles, your guardian angel, the Five of Swords, and then the Six of Cups. Okay. Like I feel angry that Brad even spoke those words to you. I feel like they came from a place of his ego. And I know it's going to be hard to get over those words. I know that. But I also feel like because the Knight of Pentacles is here, which is really your guardian angel energy, and you have the Four of Swords, I do feel like this can heal. Like this can be healed. But I feel like we need to really understand like what's toxic in our relationship. Because I feel like there are good memories, happy times. And I feel like that's where we need to keep our focus if we can. Now, we're human beings, so we're going to have arguments. But this does feel like it went the whole way. And I get it because I was just in one. But the Four of Swords is right here beside it. So I feel like it's the healing over the relationship. You have to allow it. And I know with the words that he spoke, I feel like it did come from a place of anger. But I want to take one right down the middle, the 10 of Pentacles. So I don't know. I feel like, those are like difficult words to get over. But I do feel like you can. So I feel like this is saying that this relationship can be healed. The arguments can be healed. Because ultimately I do see you guys together. But here's the thing. How do we then talk about what was said without then getting into another argument? Simply, I feel like saying, you don't know how much your words hurt me. Like they hurt. And I feel like now that adds another element of now can I trust? But I feel like the 10 of Pentacles is saying that this can be a very grounded and abundant relationship. I want to come over and just look at the Eight of Swords. Look at that, the Ace of Pentacles. So I feel like this is you right now. And I feel like what you're doing is, I feel like your inner child got hurt with this argument. Like, I feel like it hurt you to the T. I don't even know what word to use. But I don't want to stay in that energy. Because if this is something like, if you really want to be with Brad, and I do feel like Brad wants to be with you, then I do feel like there's an opportunity to heal. But I do feel like we also have to think about our words. And that's everyone. And I feel like those words may have come interesting because as much as it hurts that he said that, I don't know that that 100% he believes that. I feel like he was just trying to hurt you, like hurt you to the core. And he did. But then there's the Ace of Pentacles with the Four of Swords and the Ten of Pentacles. So I feel like you can rebound from this. And I don't feel he's going to take any action. You know what I mean? I feel like you can rebound. And I'm really trying hard to see if I can pick up like energy of like this person he spoke about, but I really can't. Like, I'm not feeling that. I'm just feeling like a bad argument. And through this bad argument, terrible words came out. And you know, we can't take him back. But I do feel like he loves you. So I feel like the Eight of Swords is you just kind of like shutting down right now. But don't shut yourself down. Or at least try not to. But I feel like, you know, and then over here, you know, we do have the Five of Swords, but we have your guardian angel right before that. So I feel like it's saying to you, like, you know, your spiritual team, if there's anything, you know, even though those words were spoken, but let's just say if there's any chance that he would then pursue, I feel like, you know, your guardian angel's like we would let you know. It'll be clear. And another reason why I don't want to have the self-created prison, right? Because I need to be aware. I need to have my eyes wide open, my ears, my spiritual ears on. But otherwise, G, I do feel like, you know, I mean, it sucks. And now that thought is like going to be hard to leave your head. But I feel like, you know, I hope that what he does is apologizes. But I don't see him, like, I don't feel like, and then he's moving on. Like, I don't feel that. I just feel like the argument got so bad that words were spoken that maybe wouldn't have been spoken otherwise. But I don't know. I feel like, well, I'm hoping that he apologizes. All right, my dear. Let me grab another drink real quick, guys. Oh, Dee, don't cry. Well, crying is a release. Yeah, I could definitely feel that, Dee. That sucks. Lady of the Lake, you're very welcome. Dee, you said you won't forgive those words. I'm done. So grossed out. You know, follow your heart. All right, I'm going to go back up. Anybody new in the room? Again, I am not a fast reader, so I apologize. And I am doing the donations first, and I'm going to go back and do some free ones also. So just, you know. Empress of the universe. Will I ever see joy? Okay, will I ever see joy in person again? Okay. All right. I feel like I want to use the crystal vision. This is for Empress. I want to remind everyone, I know I'm saying it a lot, but new people come in the room. Chat replay will be on, or it is on. And that just means that you can listen after, like when the live is done. Because sometimes your questions are answered, but maybe you had to leave the room. All right. But Empress, let me read your question one more time. All right. King of Wands. Oh, Ace of Wands. Look at that. Six of Cups. The Emperor. Now, I have to say, I feel like the Emperor and the King of Wands are the same person, and I feel like it's your person. We have the Page of Wands. We have the Strength card. If I was just to stop right there, which I'm not, I'm going to take a couple more cards. It's interesting because I feel like I'm looking at the King of Wands who's being mirrored by the Emperor, and I feel like this is a step up. It's almost like someone who's evolving. I feel like your person has great memories. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not sure why you're not together, because I feel like in my heart of hearts, like I feel like you're part of their heart. We have the Knight of Wands. First of all, we have a lot of wands. To me, wands are action, inspiration. And here is the Ace of Wands that's leading it all, really. I feel like your person has something. Look at that. Look what flipped itself around in the deck, the Ace of Cups. But before we take that, we have the Five of Pentacles. And then we have the Ace of Cups. All right. Let me get back to what I was saying. I feel like your person, I feel like they're going through something right now. And I feel like they need to evolve, like energetically. Because I do feel like energetically, I'm not sure if we're balanced yet. But I do feel that they will evolve. And I'm not even sure if I'm using the right word. And I also feel like, again, this person misses you. And I feel like you miss this person. The Ace of Cups is really unconditional love. So what does that mean? It means that we can really go through hell, but still overcome it. The love doesn't die, even if we split up. You know what I mean? It's like there's always that special place. And we got the Nine of Swords that is mirroring that. That's your worry. But it is unnecessary. Let's take one right down the middle. the Hierophant. Look at that. Your belief system, hope, faith. I don't know if your person needs to leave another person, but I do feel like there is a change that has to happen in this person's life for this, let's say, to come together. Do I feel like you'll see each other again? I do. I definitely do. And in a way, I feel, how do I say this without you getting mad at the universe? But I feel like in a way, it kind of feels like the universe is like kind of keeping you apart, so to speak. But I feel like there's a reason, and the reason is so that they can evolve from the things that because I feel like there's something that your person is dealing with that no one can do the work for them. They have to do it themselves. And I feel like that must be some type of spiritual work, because I feel like the minute they do it, it's like they evolve. And I feel like vibrational. It's like, I don't care how many people came in between, I still feel like you are the Ace of Cups to this person. Even if even if 10 people came from that point to this point. Now, doesn't mean necessarily that that's a good thing, but it in a way it is a good thing. Just want to look at this Nine of Swords. Look at that, replaced by the 10 of Cups. Now, of course, I do not want to give you false hope. And I say that because there's free will, right? So this is what I feel. I feel like if your person is able to overcome something that's within them, and what I mean by that, it's something that we can't even help them with. Sure, we can send positive energy, but we don't want to send negative energy, because that's not it won't serve either one of us, to be honest. But I feel like, I almost feel like the two of you are kind of meant to be, but maybe this is one of those energies where it didn't happen right away, or it doesn't happen right away, but it does happen now. Then I have to go back to his free will. But your question, will you see each other again? I feel like the answer is yes. But at the same time, I feel like a lot of that has to do with him, and what, like, it must be feeling something inside. I feel like, the guides are putting something within them to make them take a hard look at themselves. And I don't feel like your person is like all happy and happy-go-lucky at this moment either. But I feel like the chances of the two of you seeing each other again, I feel like are very good. Not only that, but that Ace of Cups, that's a lifetime. That is for a lifetime. All right. But I also want to point out before I let this go, is what's mirroring the Ace of Cups now is the Ten of Cups. So the Nine of Swords, the worry, which is unnecessary. But don't forget, when we're in the Nine of Swords energy, we're still manifesting. And we don't want to manifest more reasons to worry. And that's why Temperance a lot of times says, just let go of the things you cannot control and hand them over to me. And just live your life the best way you can. And what is meant to find you will find you. And we can't control like other people's issues. that they have to deal with. And I know this is far beyond your question, but I feel like it's important that I say this. Because I feel like, again, I don't want to give you false hope, but I feel like if we could get rid of like the stuff in between, I feel like you may already be together. Or let me put it a different way. You're probably together before, and maybe in this lifetime, but I mean in other lifetimes. And I feel like you will be together again after we leave this world also. So, I do feel like you're going to see this person again. I feel like, there's a chance that this may even go into the Ten of Cups energy. Listen, starting at the Ace, don't put a lot of worry out there over it, because you know what? No matter who is in this Ace of Cups with you, it is for you and it is meant for you. So no matter who it is saying that you're going to have love in your life. Okay. I think I'm going to leave that there. So I definitely feel your chances are very good. Like if I was a betting woman, I put my money on that you will see each other again. And maybe more than that. Hi, everybody in the room. All right. Lana. And then I think I'm going to go back. Oh, wait a minute. We got a message retracted. All right. Lana. Messages from your guides for Lana. Gilded Tarot, Lana. Again, I mentioned the deck's names just in case you come into it. This is for everyone. In case you come into another live and you're like, "Oh, I really like that deck," or you can certainly ask for your own deck. Just put it in the comment section, or you can just trust me, whatever you want. I'm just going with the flow. All right, so Lana, what do your spirit guides want you to know? Any signs that you've been missing? Ten of Swords. I like that it's your first card. Look at that. From the Ten of Swords down to the Five of Swords. It's like whatever energy that Ten of Swords was, you now realize it. Four Cups. And then the King of Swords. I don't know if you've been in a repeat pattern with someone. Someone's energy who's potentially toxic to your own. It doesn't always mean the person's toxic. It just means our energy together. Because I feel like, Ten of Swords, it is taking sword after sword after sword in the back. But I feel like because we have the 5 right next to it, it's like you're realizing that there is some toxic energy with someone. And it probably isn't serving you to, or this could be past energy. It probably is past energy. Because then we come to the 4 of Cups, which again talks about discontentment and boredom in one's life. But really what the 4 of Cups is about a couple fulfillment that's going to be offered. And it's asking you to use your spiritual discernment to decide whether you're going to accept it or not. So let's go below, but I have a feeling this repeat pattern may be with the King of Swords. Now, I don't mean it has to be an air sign. Six of Swords. Ace of Cups. All right. Before I go any further, I want to say I kind of love seeing the Six of Swords here because that tells me that you have had the realization of energy that is just toxic to your system, energy that's just holding you back from what it is that you want in your life. You know, it probably has something to do with love or a love of something. But this is you moving away from that toxicity, moving away from what I feel could potentially be a repeat pattern. But I feel like now you have that understanding. And, you know, what's this person moving towards? Well, it's you, the Ace of Cups. So the Six of Swords does talk about temporarily. It can be a little difficult energy, but it's temporary. You know, change. I hate to say is never easy because sometimes change is easy. Well, hello, lovers. Right next to the Ace of Cups. Card of Gemini. Meaning of the card is a head over heart decision. And by the way, it's right below the Four of Cups where you are being offered this cup. Could it talk about love? Well, if this is love, wow, this looks good. This not so much. This not at all, to be honest. And this looks good. All right, but let's keep going. So the Lovers, a head over heart decision. Also feel like it's chemistry. And I have to say, I often feel the person, like the Lovers, they may not be connected yet. We have Justice. And the reason why I say that they may not be connected yet, if you look at this image, you can see the divine feminine, right? Like she's in person. But the divine masculine's in spirit. Now, I don't mean like they're in heaven. I mean, you probably aren't connected yet, but you may feel that energy. And that may be part of what that spiritual discernment is talking about. Like you're going to be able to feel the energy. And then Justice. Well, certainly can talk about divorce, that type of thing, cutting of ties. I feel like I hope you cut these ties because they weren't serving you. But justice is really about what's fair and just to you in your world. And justice's job is to make you whole again. Interesting. I feel like what it's really doing is making the Lovers whole again. And because of that, masculine's in spirit, that would make sense. All right, let's take one with the Fool. And let's take one over here, the Nine of Wands. Okay, that's perfect energy, I have to say. Because in the Nine of Wands, it means that I have reflected back at that Ten of Swords. And I have reflected back at the potential repeat pattern of it. What I'm learning in that also is like how not to allow like those type of people to take up any space in my heart or in my thoughts. This is about a new beginning for you. And I feel like, boy, I feel like you need it. All right, let's go right down the middle. The Nine of Pentacles, independent success. You know, it's interesting because I feel like prior energy, I don't feel like you felt like maybe grounded. You know, maybe I had to rely on someone else too much, and I didn't like that. And maybe that's a lesson I also learned. But I have to say also, like, if this is cutting ties with someone who, I mean, just toxic energy. I don't even know what else to say about them. This is saying that you yourself are going to be just fine. I feel like the person in the Nine of Pentacles is really reaping the benefits of the hard work that they put in. But it can also signify that you're now this independent person. And I feel like when we take on that energy, I feel like we're so much better in love. Why? Well, because we're grounded, we're strong, we know what we want, we know what we don't want now. And sometimes, yes, it does take a lot of hardship to finally figure out what I no longer want. Like, I know what I don't want. It almost feels like a narcissist type of energy. And I feel like if that's the case, and let's say a narcissist like steps in your path, boy, you'll know it. You'll know it. You'll know it 100%. But I have a feeling this is talking about love for you. Well, it's talking about all the above. Um, and you may even be like, I don't think so, Sandy, but I do think so. Now, it does depend because you are the one who's got to say yay or nay. But the Fool would tell you, take a chance, take a leap of faith. We keep seeing the Fool today. And then the Ace of Cups. So sometimes love works out, sometimes it doesn't, but sometimes it does. And that's what I'm feeling. I feel the reflection that you've had and you've done is serving you greatly. And I feel that now, anything new that wants to come towards you, I feel you're so much stronger that really, I'm not even worried that you're going to turn down this cup. It is up to you. To me, that's a free will decision. But I don't feel like you're going to turn it down. And I'm not even saying it's like energy that's happening right away, because first I feel like the reflection, right? But then new growth mirrored by the Fool. And I feel like your main message is like the more independent you feel within yourself, I feel the more easily you can give and receive. So, though there's hardship, there's also beautiful energy. There's also abundant energy and opportunities to put the things behind you that just are no longer serving you. That would stop you from taking chances. And yes, change is hard, but sometimes change is the only way to then find that life that I've been looking for. And I feel like you're on your way. Okay. I feel like the readings are, even though, it does deal with the hardships of the past, I feel like they feel very abundant as it relates to our present moving forward. CA says your message was retracted. I'm going to just jump down and see if I can see anything. All right, so I'll keep my eyes open, CA, but it says that your message was retracted. Um, So Janet, Dr. J-May, Janet. I hope I can remember that. Janet, I'm going to go ahead and answer your question. Okay, so I've been a subscriber many years in British Columbia. Nice. All right, here's your question. I was hoping for some insight about what to do with my life or what general direction my life will take now that I had to retire early. I was thinking maybe I should move or do my painting or maybe get into energy healing and would love to meet Mr. Right. And then I think, okay, oh, and if that was too general of a question, I can be more specific. Maybe you can tell me how the lawsuit will turn out. I'm suing in court. Okay, so let me go back to the original. This is for Janet, doctor. All right, so first, you had to retire early, so you're wondering what direction you should move. Maybe you're painting or energy healing. Oh boy, I feel that with you. I'm just going to say that. I feel that with you, like an energy healer. And by the way, just because, many of us are energy healers doesn't mean that's what we do for a living. I just feel like it's just natural. But if it is something you choose to do for a living, I feel like you'd be great at it. But that aside, and then you're in a lawsuit also. So let's try to keep all that in mind. And this is for Janet. She's a psychic tarot, Janet. We haven't used it in a little while. All right. We have the Six of Cups. We have obstacles and challenges. Comes to an 11. Make a wish. Whoa. Okay, half your cards just flew off the table. We do have the Two of Swords. Let me grab these other cards. Okay. We have the Star. Beautiful. We have the Magician. We have Justice. Well, I feel like that's you in your court right now. And it's making me feel like it's not easy. Doesn't mean that, you won't, let's just say, come out the benefactor. We have the Ace of Wands. Oh, I'm sorry. We have a card before that. Sacrifice, under mental conflict. And then we have the Ace of Wands, passion ignited. Just so happens to come under the Star card. It says hope. It is about your dreams, and it's about manifesting your dreams. I feel like, Janet, there's something, I feel like you are a natural healer. So I feel like if you decide to go down that road, I feel like you're going to do great. I just feel that. I felt that before I even took any cards. I do feel like right now your mind is kind of wrapped around the lawsuit, but maybe that's exactly how it needs to be. But I also feel like I don't know. I just get this feeling, maybe it's after the lawsuit, where I feel you feeling like unencumbered. Like And who knows, maybe like you said you were forced to retire early, but maybe that's what was meant to happen. All right, I want to take a look at that, the Fool again. And then the Seven of Cups on the other on the other side. Choose wisely. That means there's a choice to be made, right? Well, what's it coming over? The Star and the Ace of Wands. So I feel like whatever choice this is, it feels like if I take everything out of it, then the answer would be yes. Like yes. I also feel, I do feel like this lawsuit. I feel like whatever it's about, I do feel like it has taken a majority of like your mind and your thoughts and all that. But I don't know. I get this feeling that in some way that it's going to turn in your favor, but I also feel like it's going to be behind you. And I feel like what's in front of you is really great energy. Not only passion ignited, but right under your dreams. So, like, whatever you feel, something maybe it's something and listen, all of a sudden I'm feeling, it doesn't have to be one thing. Like maybe you paint, but through your paintings, I'm someone who like really appreciates art and I feel it. I feel it. So even through like I feel like why like I can still paint, but then maybe I'm also healing. So in a way, I don't want to put any limitations on all that I can do. And when I say me, I mean you, by the way. But I love the Fool with the Magician because the Magician is the Fool's first mentor along this next journey. It's almost like the attorney that represents me in court. And the wisdom of that. But I want to look at a couple things. Okay, so I like that. The light. Maybe that's why I felt like, listen, I feel like if you're in court for something that you feel is unjust or not right or what have you, I feel like anything that's done in the dark will come to the light in the courtroom, let's just say, or in the proceedings, let's just say. But I feel like it's falling in your favor, whatever that may mean to you. And then I feel like, and then the Fool opens up. Now, maybe the Fool opens up before the court hearing is even done. But I do feel that, I just feel like spring, like spring has sprung. And I mean that in a, how do I mean it? Like in a very like I'm planting my garden and I know what seeds I want to plant. And maybe before, maybe I didn't, but now I feel pretty clear on what seeds I want to plant. And I also feel that you helping to heal others feels very natural. And I feel I feel like, yes, for money, but I feel like the gratitude that you will feel just from helping another, it feels even more important than the money. But you need money. Don't get me wrong. Like, this is not about, like, a lot of times natural healers are like, well, I can't ask for money, but you have to live, and God knows that. Like, you still have to live. You have to pay your bills. I love the Magician also mirrored by the Ace of Wands over here. So even though you're going through this difficult period, it does feel like things are going to turn out in your favor, whatever that may mean. But then I also feel, where you had to retire. This is another energy where I feel like you're going to look back and be like, I'm glad I retired. I see nothing that you need to worry about moving forward. The only thing would be the Two of Swords, and that's where I may have a blindfold on. So I just want to know what that blindfold is. Maybe I don't think a certain dream can come true, but that's not true. That's not the case. It can come true as long as you're willing to put the action behind it. And that's what the Ace of Wands is. It's not just passion, but it's also asking one to take action. And then the Fool. And I feel like the Sun is just illumination for you, like on your path. But also anybody who tries to like pull the wool over your eyes, they can't do it. You've come too far. I feel like 2023 might have been a difficult year, but I don't think your 2024, I feel like, yes, there's certain elements that are still difficult, but I feel like you're just moving, it's moving you to, I feel it's helping you to bring certain dreams to life. And I feel like it doesn't have to just be one. Because I see you painting. Like I can see it in my mind's eye. But I also see you as a great healer. Choose wisely. Choose wisely. Really what you want to do is use your intuition. Because your intuition is going to guide you. And that's what the Ace of Wands is also saying. I'm going to help guide you. And I'm going to inspire you. And you can follow that inspiration or you don't have to. It is up to you. But I feel like your spiritual team is saying we are going to send, so it's almost like it becomes more and more clear. I don't think there's a wrong path for you. I just feel like you're finding that, again, I feel like, if you're doing healing work and you're helping others, it just feels so right. But again, I also see you painting. So why not do it all? And it's funny because when I see you painting, I see the first thing I saw was like you on YouTube doing like teaching others how to paint. And that could be a side hustle. Side hustle. I don't know how many times I said that. Okay. All right. I just want to make sure there's no PayPals on there because I get yelled at all the time. Lawana, you're homesick. I hope you get better quickly. Okay. Sherry Ann. Sherry baby. What do you see for my love life? So I'm doing Sherry Ann White. Love. White Sears. All right. Love. Sherry Ann. I don't know if anyone's ever sung that song to you. Probably a lot of people, but there may be someone in particular because I can't get it out of my head now. Sherry, Sherry baby, look at this. The Knight of Cups. Unexpected cup of fulfillment. But look what he's holding. 10 red, well, I'm saying 10. I don't know why I'm saying 10. He's holding red roses. It's a signal of love. I like that there's a white horse before him or behind him because I feel like that's representing purity. Now, it doesn't mean like someone's pure, but I feel like that means that whoever this is, they come to the table in that type of energy. 2 of Swords, but will you see that? Will you see it? We have the Devil. It's like, I don't want to get caught in that web again. We have the 6 of Pentacles. The Emperor. Under the Knight of Cups. You know, it's interesting. Yes, it can represent an Aries. But here's really what I think it's representing. Because I feel like there's someone's web that I don't want to get caught in again. Like, I don't want to get caught in that web again. And, you know, this isn't the 8 of Swords, a self-created prison, but there is a blindfold on. And she's looking right back at the Knight of Cups. And I feel like the Knight of Cups is saying, I don't come in to take from you. I'm coming in to give. And I love that the Emperor shows up under the Knight of Cups because I feel like this talks about the type of person. And this is someone that I would look up to. This is someone who would have a lot of life experiences. It doesn't matter the age, but they've overcome them. And as you know, and uses it for their wisdom. This is someone who, you know, it's funny because I feel like I'm sitting in their living room and there's like papers everywhere and there are plans that are written, but it feels a little chaotic at the same time. So maybe this is someone who has a lot of dreams. Could also represent someone who's a little older than you. Could represent someone also who could remind you of your own father. If that's a good thing. But let's follow. Whoa. All right, that's too many, but we're going to take this. So this is like a choice. I make a choice of how I'm going to look at life. 2 of Swords. I don't want to see, you know, if it's got a problem attached to it, I don't want to see it. But sometimes I do need to see it, right? And I feel like what it's simply saying for you is, I feel like there's someone's web that you got caught in, and you don't want to get caught in that type of web again. But I feel like this has nothing to do with that type of energy. Like everything else is light and bright. And then the 3 of Wands. So it's how I look at my life. And this is through an optimistic lens. This is saying that I'm going to enjoy my present moments, just knowing that my ships will come in when they're due, right? At the right time. Well, Knight of Cups would be the energy of this coming towards you. But it's unexpected. And as love usually is. All right. Well, hello, Chariot. Look at this. The Ace of Cups. How much do I love the bottom line? And then the World. Wow. It almost looks too good to be true, right? So here comes this Knight. He says, we know that he's carrying an unexpected couple fulfillment. Here it is. So he opens the reading, and then what he promises closes the reading, so to speak. This Ace of Cups is also mirroring the Emperor, and I think that's why I was feeling that this person is someone, of integrity, of, I feel they're wise. I feel like trustworthy, stable. Like there's certain words I feel like you need to hear. But this is about the next chapter, because that's what the world is, the next chapter. And I definitely feel like this knight is saying, I don't come in to take from you. I'm coming in to give love. Well, you might be like, well, I'm not used to that. All right, let's take one on the other side, the Knight of Swords, and let's go right in the middle. Look at that, the Seven of Pentacles. So to me, the Seven of Pentacles is patience, but I feel like it's what's meant to be. So I feel like, I got to get through this little hump. I got to take the blindfolds off. I got to understand that once I get out of someone's web, that I am free. The more I can look at my future and my present and future through an optimistic lens, I feel like the more that's what I manifest. That's what I manifest, because right next to is the Chariot. And to me, Chariot's divine energy. I feel like the Chariot's also a reward. And the reward is because you have found balance within yourself, or you are finding balance within yourself. It's the understanding that we all have that light and dark within us. And sometimes we do get trapped within someone else's darkness. And sometimes it's because we understand it, but then it goes deeper and further than I ever wanted to go. So I feel like that has ended. And now, it just looks, it's another reading. This looks almost too good to be true. But why can't it be true? If I put my intentions out there, and again, I'm not saying like this person has to be like of an Italian descent and this and that. I'm just telling the universe, I want the best of love. Well, that's what they deliver. But listen, sometimes we may be going through these hardships in love and then overcoming that. And then love comes back in again. And I don't mean through this person, but it's different. It's a different type of love. This feels over here like someone was very self-serving, where I feel like here it's the opposite. Like I feel like they will put you first. Put your intentions out there. Definitely put your intentions out there and keep them bright. And I do feel like, I feel like you deserve love. You deserve the best of love, but you have to know that. And I also feel like, we've got to learn that our past experiences aren't, it's without those past experiences, we wouldn't be the persons we are today. All right. Well, that looks great. Okay. We'll let that be. Okay. Oh, see, yeah, I was looking to see if you had a message. I'll make sure no PayPal. Nope. Okay. Sophia, you're welcome. I'm just reading some comments. She knows they'll be exchanging out because she's planning to upgrade hers to 3. Am I live, Erica? Yeah, I'm still live. Sophia, there's someone I feel strong soul connection with, but we keep a respectful distance due to my relationship status. Is it possible? New person is him? Probably. I feel probably. Dang, I wish I could remember. Trying to remember what I read for you. Why? I don't know. Maybe I was meant to forget it. All right. I'm going to use the Universal Tarot. Page of Wands. Knight of Swords. Devil. Card of Capricorn. Temptation. The Queen of Wands. Interesting. Page of Wands mirrored by the Queen of Wands. It's almost like your younger self and yourself today. 3 of Swords. The Death card. There's the door closing. If you so choose. Queen of Cups. You know, there's one thing I want to say that I feel your guides want you to know. That, you know, we can't predict who we're going to fall in love with. You know what I mean? And you can't really plan it either. And I feel like and I'm saying that because I feel like your guides want you to know, like, they understand your situation. Like, they understand your situation. Okay. 6 of Wands, victory, being mirrored by that 3 of Swords. 2 of Wands. And let's take one more or 2. We have the 5 of Pentacles and the 7 of Cups. Makes me wonder if you're wondering right now whether to, you know, whether you're going to make a change or not. Yeah, I do feel like that was him. Definitely. I definitely feel that was him. And I don't feel that you're real satisfied right now. Almost like you feel stuck. You know, it's interesting because this queen is looking over at the 5 of Pentacles. And that could be because we also have the death card, right? The closing of one door, but it's so another door can open. You know, guaranteed when one door closes, another door will open. But you may be considering right now, maybe you're thinking of leaving your partner or ending things. But then I feel like there's this, it's like the, you know, like the angel and devil on your shoulder. Got the angel on one side whispering and the devil on the other side whispering, like, which do I follow? We'll follow your angel. Anyways, what was I going to say? So, you know, it's interesting because you're keeping like a respectful distance. But at the same time, like, it is showing me that your heart belongs to another. I feel like, and I could be wrong, but I don't feel like there's love left for the person you're with now. And I mean, like, your current partner. I don't feel, and I feel more, I mean, on your side, like, I feel like I almost feel like you want to give your cup over here and not here. So I definitely feel like, yes, that was the person. Um, but, I kind of feel like saying, but what are you going to do? What are you going to do? Um, what are you going to do? Let's go right down the middle. Page of Pentacles. I'm going to keep on going. I'm going to keep on growing. Look at that. The Nine of Swords. Okay. So I have a feeling this is playing some mind tricks on you. Not mind tricks. I feel like it's messing with your mind. I feel like you have a lot of worry over this whole situation. And maybe you question, what if I was to leave and then potentially be with this person? Would that work out? I feel like yes. But again, to answer your question, I feel like yes, it is that person. But I also see you thinking about making changes in your life. And maybe it is so that ultimately you can be with this person. But I feel like maybe it's ultimately so you can set yourself free at the same time. Because I do feel that you do. Now, I don't know how much time in between, but don't allow that Nine of Swords because, I feel like the Nine of Swords would be the energy that would hold you in place. And I'm only saying that because I feel like if you're unhappy where you're at, the Nine of Swords may be part of what feels like it's holding you in. It's almost like I feel stuck, but I feel like that's an illusion. I mean, it can feel very real, don't get me wrong. Or another way of saying that, we feel stuck, but it may mean also that, until you take certain action, then all remains the same. All remains the same. Now, I'm not telling you what to do. I want you to do whatever you feel you should do or whatever you feel is right for you. But you have every right to live a happy, loving, fulfilling life. And sometimes like we're so afraid of making changes that we get stuck in not great energy. So, I feel like free your mind and the rest will follow. But I do see that your love feels like it's for another. And I know that wasn't your question. But to your question, I feel like the answer is yes. Okay, let's let that be. I should just try to stick to the question. But I can't. I don't know how. Like, I don't know how not to give you everything I'm receiving. All right, let me see. It's funny, I see someone here, but there's no name with it. Hi, Simone. I mirror among latest. Mirrorites. Mirror among latest. I'm not sure. Erica. Oh, I don't know why that happened. Okay, so for Erica, just a general. I don't know why I said just. A general, please. I think it's time to bring the Cozy Witch back up. This is for Erica Duncan, to be exact. So, Erica, what do your guides want you to know today? Any guidance, signs, whatever needs to come out? We're open from the light. All right, Erica. We have the Hermit, Card of Virgo. We have the Queen of Swords. We have the Three of Wands. Nice. You're another one where I feel like reflection has done you well. Like, I feel like you're able to reflect upon situations, and I feel like you're able to come to answers very quickly. It's funny. Here's the Queen of Swords, and it says, don't you dare lower your voice for anyone. So I don't know if anyone's been telling you to lower your voice, but your guys are like, no, don't lower your voice. And then moves into the Three of Wands, which really is like it's an energetic energy. It's an optimistic energy. Put yourself out there and you'll be rewarded one way or another. Now, I have to say it's following the Hermit's energy, or it's right this very moment, mirroring the Hermit's energy. That is your wisdom. That talks about those dark nights of the soul, but being willing to ask those hard questions. And sometimes it's like, what's my part in it? Like, how can I better, and what else is interesting is this person has books all around her, right? So I feel like sometimes our answers are not in books. They come from our experiences, our higher self. And then you have Justice, card of Libra. Stick to your truth and everything will turn out just fine. We have the Strength card under the Hermit. I love seeing the Strength card under the Hermit because Strength card really talks about, well, what's it say? It takes great strength to be soft. In the Strength card, I feel like this is when we're like learning about our own inner demons. And, I cannot find a better word. I got to find a better word for that. Let's just say our inner struggles and finding the ability to overcome them. And I feel like there's great rewards with that. I really do. And then look at this. We have the Knight of Cups. Well, hello, Knight of Cups. Unexpected couple fulfillment. I'm looking at Justice over there, and I don't know if you had to cut ties with someone. But I feel like if that's the case, in a way, I feel like it's setting you free or you've been set free. Well, hello, Ten of Pentacles. Under the Three of Wands, right next to the Knight of Cups. Erica, that's beautiful energy. And let's fill the block out. Seven of Pentacles. Really what's meant to be. Nurture what you have and see it grow and grow and grow. The Tower. And then the Five of Swords. So I feel like that's your past. Those are the things that you've, that's what the Hermit's doing here. I feel like it is the previous Tower moments. And then you have the Five of Swords mirroring it. So it says whatever in that tower was toxic, at least toxic to you, toxic to your energy. So I feel like this definitely is talking of the past, because I feel like this is you reflecting upon it and really finding the answers that you need to like move forward in a positive way. You know, I love that the Knight of Cups is bringing, you know, I feel like every night will complete their mission. Whether we choose to accept it or not is up to us. And this night is meant to bring in a cup of fulfillment, or right next to it is the Ten of Pentacles. So I feel like this isn't talking about something that lasts for a moment. This is something that potentially can last for a lifetime. Let's go right in between that, the High Priestess, your intuition. Another energy where I feel like I'm going to look back and I'm going to be like, thank you, Tower, because without the Tower, and again, I don't know how long it is before you do look back, but I do feel the day comes when you look back and you're like, and I feel like you have more and more understanding already, but I feel like even more understanding is coming to you. It's almost like if certain things didn't happen, then other things couldn't have happened. You know, like if I didn't clear that energy or say goodbye to that energy, then maybe this Knight of Cups, it wouldn't have been the right time. But it just feels like the right time. And again, it's unexpected, but it is giving you a clue of the potential of it. I mean, the House of Abundance, you know, I feel loyalty in the Ten of Pentacles. I feel like something that can last a lifetime, like something that takes root, and it could be lifetime after lifetime. So it's probably a soulmate type energy, not a soulmate type, a soulmate. And, you know, I feel like in a way, like I had to learn what I don't want. I had to learn like what is not good for me without judgment. It's not about judging oneself, it's learning about oneself. So that when, like, I feel like a soulmate comes in, you're able to give yourself completely. Because I feel like if we allow the past, you know what I mean? Like, let's say we dealt with someone who was just untrustworthy and this and that, but we don't clear that energy. And another way of saying it is, just because one person is that way doesn't mean the next person will be. But you've learned from that. So now you'll have that clarity. And the High Priestess being here, your intuition, it's not going to let you down. And then the Seven of Pentacles right next to all that. Nurture what you have and see it grow and grow and grow. Well, I feel like it's talking about this knight who brings in this cup that ultimately puts you in the Ten of Pentacles. And listen, I don't mean it automatically, like automatically we're in the 10, but I feel like that's the direction we're moving. All right. I don't know. Looks pretty good. Though, you know, it's interesting because I feel like every reading so far. Oh, you have one other card over here. Seven of Wands. Witches should hold other witches accountable. That is the energy of standing your ground. You know, but I feel like sometimes we have to learn like when to let go also. You know, it's like fighting for something, but then we may realize, you know, what am I fighting for? Is it worth the fight? Okay. Holy crap, 5 o'clock already. All right, where am I at? Simone. Hi, Simone. Oh, happy birthday on the 16th. And never really had a good birthday on the past. Is there anything good coming my way on your birthday? So happy birthday, Simone. I'm just adding up real quick. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 8, 9. So if I did my math correctly, you're in a 1 personal year, which means you are the magician this year. All right. I feel like I'm going to use the Gilded Tarot. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Simone. Happy birthday to you. And many more. All right. Now, come on. What's going to come in good for Simone on her birthday? We have the Queen of Cups. Temperance. 10 of Pentacles. Well, this might just be a different birthday than you're used to. You know, it almost feels like Divine is like, well, we have a birthday gift for you. And it's wrapped up in the 10 of Pentacles. Queen of Pentacles. She's holding that. It's like now you're holding that present. King of Swords under the Queen. Three Pentacles under Temperance. Two of Wands under the 10 of Pentacles. The High Priestess under the Queen of Pentacles. And then the Hangman. All right, so we'll take the Hangman over there. Let's match it. So 4 of Pentacles. All right, let's look at this. First and foremost, I do feel like this is going to be a different birthday or a better birthday. Let's just say that, because I feel like Divine has a gift for you. Not only that, but I feel like you're ultimately holding that gift. To me, that means that well, okay, let me go back for a second, because I feel like I have to look at the Two of Wands as under that 10 of Pentacles. 10 of Pentacles is the house of abundance. Two of Wands may mean that you're starting down that path. Now, maybe you're already on that path, but maybe you're about to see like the fruits of your labor more and more and more. You have the Three of Wands right before that, which is really celebrating your individuality, or at least Divine is celebrating your individuality, who you are as a person, your specialty in this world, knowing that, you're not here for nothing. And it doesn't even mean like I have to have certain goals, to fulfill this lifetime. I feel like it's just learning who you are and all that you are. But I do feel like, I feel like this is saying, I feel like there's a gift that you're opening, and I feel like it's perfect. I feel like it's from Divine, and I feel like it's helping you to potentially start, like, add something new into your life. And when I say something new, it's going to be something passionate. And you may say, well, where or what? That's where the High Priestess comes in. That's your intuition. But I feel like you're getting a gift from the universe. What do I mean by that? Justice, Five of Wands, Chariot. I don't know if you've recently cut ties with, could be a person, could be with people. The Five of Wands to me is drama. But I feel like because justice is before this, like you cut ties with that. Now this could have happened yesterday or years ago. But I have a feeling it was probably less than years ago. And then you have the Chariot, which is really unlimited potential. I feel like there's an opportunity coming your way. I feel like it's coming right directly through divine. And I do feel like it feels like a birthday gift. And I feel like this gift gives you the ability really to create what you want to create out of it. But I feel like ultimately what it's saying is it can take you to like the house of abundance. But I feel like we have two energies to talk about balance. So making sure that I'm as balanced as I can be. We got to remember we're not perfect. But I do feel the Chariot is a reward for finding that balance. And then it becomes unlimited potential. And maybe you had to wait. But maybe there was a reason. Maybe it just wasn't the right time. And now the right timing is coming out. One more I'm going to take a look at that. Well, there's your gift. There it is. There it is. Oh, there it is. The Ace of Pentacles, I love. And maybe because I'm an earth sign. But to me, I feel like the Ace of Pentacles is truly meant to expand your world, your life. And again, you have an ace that moves into it too. So it can be the beginning of something, but the potential promise of the Ten of Pentacles. Wow. The house of abundance, a house that abundance lasts a lifetime. So I have a feeling this is going to be a different birthday for you, or at least put that intention out there, because I feel like if you put that intention out there, you just might be surprised. Okay, but happy birthday. And I feel like this ace, it's like divine's birthday gift for you. All right. So Simone, you're a Pisces. And what we just had the Virgo full moon in Pisces. And Pisces and Virgo is opposites. But I really feel that there's a completion to the two of them. I feel like our opposites, that's what we want to look at. And what I mean by that is I feel like we can learn a lot. Like Scorpio's opposite be Taurus. So what can Scorpio learn from Taurus? Maybe how to become more grounded. What can Taurus learn from Scorpio? Maybe how to be more emotionally available, that type of thing. I'm Camille. Thank you. PLN. Anything else from your guides? Camille, I gotta try to remember that. I'm gonna forget it, but I'm gonna try. Let's use a different deck. But first, I can't remember which deck I used for you, but I know I haven't used the Cosmic Tarot yet, so let's use that. One more shuffle and a cut. for Camille. Any other messages from your guides for Camille? Well, hello, Ten of Cups. Followed by the Prince of Cups. That's a lot of love right there. Four of Swords. Prince, we have two princes. Prince of Wands. Ace of Wands under that Ten of Cups. First, before I take any more cards, I want to say, because I feel like the Four of Swords is really important that we recognize it. It's interesting it's coming between these two princesses. One, is really meant to bring you fulfillment. Prince of Wands, I always feel like it's my risk taker. And then the Ace of Wands following that, like, hello. I feel like you may be going through a period of time where you really are trying to heal the heart. Something may not have worked out in your favor, and you took it in the heart. Whoa. Okay, they all went flying. Wow. Four of Wands. The marriage card. Six of Cups. Someone that you might already know. Someone that I used to know. Queen of Swords. With the Ace of Swords. Interesting. And let's see what's mirroring it. The Five of Pentacles. That makes sense. That makes sense to me, because the Four of Swords is here because there's a part of you that needs healing, or you're going through a healing period. And I feel like it has to do more with your emotional, or your emotions more than anything. I feel like, I also want to say, if you look at the love, or if you look at this Queen of Swords, what's behind her is the Lovers. Now, it does represent Gemini, but I always notice that the Lovers are right behind her. This feels like renewed love in your life. And these two fours being connected, the Four of Swords, healing. Let's talk about the Four of Swords for a second, though, because the Four of Swords talks about healing of the heart. But it's also, one sword is my sword, right? My sword, like, knowing myself, healing my thoughts, healing the things that would take on a negative form, usually due to the past. And I feel like that's part of what the Five of Pentacles is talking about also. So it's something that happened outside of your control. But listen, again, I get this feeling of things that happen outside of our control sometimes that can be difficult. This is another one of those readings where I feel like, am I going to look back and be like, oh, thank God I was pushed into this new direction? I kind of feel like yes. I feel like you may be making a commitment to someone this year. And even if you're in a relationship, it could be a renewed commitment. Because I feel like, or let's just say the energy coming up, I feel like has a lot to do with your emotions. But I feel like it's almost like getting you ready. Could be someone coming back. Doesn't have to be the case. But I do feel like Listen, I feel like you're making some type of commitment this year. And it can be making a commitment to yourself to live like the type of life you really want to live. But I also feel like you may be making a commitment to another. Let's go right in between that. Two of Pentacles. So someone may be reaching out to you because the Two of Pentacles means to me that the ball's now in your court. But I love that the Four of Swords is here first because I feel like I'm ready. And this Ace of Swords, you know, it does stand for truth, one's truth, integrity, but also communication. So, you know, you may be getting some type of communication potentially from someone of your past. I hate to say it has to be someone of your past because let's say this is a soulmate energy. Well, this could have been a past life. But how do I love that the Ten of Cups opened up your reading? And what's mirroring it now is the Five of Pentacles, from a 5 to a 10. But this is good progression. This is the kind of progression I want. And then the Ace of Wands under that. Remember, the Ace of Wands, it does take your action, but it's inspired. And then you move into the marriage card. Wow. Now, it doesn't have to mean marriage. It can certainly mean commitment. It does mean commitment. I don't know. I just get this feeling your life is going to look different, but in the best of ways. And I don't see anything where you're even blocking it. Like, I don't feel anything where there's any blindfolds. Just whatever, you know, I feel like the ball's going to come on your court and then you decide. But I feel like whatever this is you're making a commitment to, I kind of feel like the answer is going to be yes. I almost don't know how it could be no. It feels so passionate. Feels so loving. Okay, I'm going to pick that up. Wow. Love, love, love. Now, it doesn't always have to mean love, but I don't know how love could not be part of that. All right, let me grab a drink real quick. I just want to put a little statement out there for those who are leaving comments, you know, not putting the video out, but like after the fact, I'll go back and read them. So I just want to let you know that because really, I'm not going to say impossible, but it's hard to read all the comments at one sitting. Kim N. Messages or signs for my particular situation. We are now in contact regularly. Something new. Okay, so signs for your particular situation. I have a feeling you must talk about love because you're now in contact regularly. Or is there something new? And I have a feeling you mean someone, but I'm still just going to kind of leave that open and let your guides answer that. And Kim, I'm going to use the Psychic Tarot. This is for Kim and chat replays on, guys. I want to remind you that. And I also want to remind everyone, And I have to tell you, I could see the synchronicities today. I usually, there's usually synchronicities, but today, wow, where some of you're going to hear your answer in other people's questions. Doesn't mean you can't still ask your question, but be open to that. All right. I get this feeling, Kim, that, whoa, I get this feeling that you think you should think about your happiness. Ask yourself, are you happy? Are you satisfied? We have stand your ground. The sun, which is called light. Look at this, new beginning. That's a full. Now, I don't want you to think that means that automatically that's saying that there's someone new. I really feel like what it's saying is that the light is surrounding you now. So it's almost like I can let go of worry, because anything, again, that's done in the dark will come to the light. So if I have any worry there, it's like your guides are saying, we'll make sure that you see the signs if that is the case. Then you have the Nine of Cups, fulfillment of wishes. We have memories of love. That's the Six of Cups. And then we have the Two of Swords under the sun. A little bit of a blindfold, but I don't feel like that blindfold will work with the sun out. I get this feeling like I'm almost there. Like I'm happy, but am I happy? Like I feel like you're questioning, am I happy? I don't know why I'm picking that up. We have the Eight of Cups. And then look at this. Spiritual union. Under fulfillment of wishes. This is the soulmates. By the way, it's being mirrored by memories of love. And what comes before it? The Eight of Cups. That's good energy to come before, especially with the Fool above it. That means that you're finding clarity within your emotional house. That means you're no longer allowing like spilt cups to affect your present nor your future. Or at least you're almost there. Almost there. I feel like the Two of Swords is a little bit of a block, right? A little bit of a blindfold. Let's take one on one side. We have authority, which is the Emperor. And then look at this, the Empress. Wow. Kim. Soulmates. And then you get the Emperor and the Empress mirroring each other. Here's what I want to say. I feel like if you are happy, then in this current situation or this current relationship, where you're in contact now on a regular basis, then that feels right. If you're not happy, and I feel like only you can answer that question, ask yourself why first. Does it have anything to do with your past that maybe hasn't been cleared? Or are you truly happy with this connection? Now, I'm not trying to talk you out of it. Not at all. But I do feel like for some reason, like there's a need for you to question that. And maybe that the Two of Swords is bringing that up for me. So let's go right in between. Nine of Pentacles. Material harvest. Wow. First of all, the Nine of Pentacles, yes, material harvest, independent success, all of that, reaping the benefits of your hard work. But what I love the most about the Nine of Pentacles is the independence that it brings. And I feel for a lot of us, when we feel independent within ourselves, we are able to love unencumbered. And I feel like to truly experience love, it has to be unencumbered. It doesn't have to be. And there are different levels to love. But man, oh man, the Empress and the Emperor mirroring each other and spiritual union, whether it be this person or the next. But I kind of feel like it's this person. But I still feel like it's up to you to decide that, because I feel like what your guides want you to do is really determine, like, are you happy? And are there any blocks that you're putting before yourself that would take away some of the joy that you can experience? This is definitely soulmate energy. And it's literally saying that, right? But it's saying spiritual union. So I feel like whatever dream that you have, whatever wish that you want fulfilled, I feel like it's being fulfilled. Only thing I worry about is that Two of Swords. One more card over that. Look at that, discontentment and boredom. But this person is being asked to use their spiritual discernment. And maybe that's what that blindfold is. Like, where you're not completely trusting your spiritual discernment, your intuition. Sometimes we always feel like the grass is greener on the other side, and maybe in this point, listen, maybe it's greener, but maybe it's green right where it's at also. So I feel very, very good about your love life. And I feel like the main thing is, it's interesting you said, is there anything new? And I wonder why. It makes me feel like there might be a little bit of uncertainty or unsatisfaction, something. And I feel like you want to question that. And I feel like in the Four of Cups, because it's coming over the Two of Swords, you really want to think about that. And I feel like really all that energy does is it stops you from loving unencumbered. You know what I mean? Like some fears rise up, which, listen, that's our humanness, but we can overcome that. I feel like, I don't know, I just feel like, wow. And I mean, you have the Nine of Cups, inner harmony, and you have the Nine of Pentacles, material harvest. I mean, you have such beautiful energy here. The only energy that is a little bit where it could come in between true happiness and not would be the Four of Cups and that Two of Swords. Other than that, I could not ask for more. Okay, I'm going to let that be. But I think that was pretty awesome. The Emperor and the Empress coming out, mirroring each other. When I'm doing a love reading, often that's what I'm looking for, especially like in personal readings. Oh. Okay. Jenny. Hi, Jenny. Energy updates between me and Alex. Advice from our higher selves. How do our higher selves view this connection? All right, Jenny. I think I'm going to stick with a good tarot. Give it a couple good shuffles, though. All right, so an energy update between you and Alex. And how do your higher selves view this connection? I feel like I want to give him a cut. Excuse me. Five. The devil. Temptation. It's called in this deck. Patience and planning. It's the Seven of Pentacles. Hello, spiritual union. So I feel like that's telling you that you and Alex are soulmates. Is it Alex? Yeah. I was going to say, if it's not Alex, where did I get that name? Sacrifice. Choose wisely. The world, the universe. And then the Four of Swords. It's called rest and rejuvenation, but it is healing. Healing for the soulmates. Wow. Transformation on one side and the Fool on the other. Okay. I feel like you and Alex have a... This may not have always been the case, but I feel like you and Alex can really overcome a lot when you do it together. Like two heads are better than one here. I definitely feel like you've been through something. You know, I'm looking at the devil, and that's energy of temptation. And I feel like you may question it, like you may question, you know, if this relationship will last, and or am I just being, you know, tempted to another type of energy? I don't feel like that's the case. I feel like that may have been the past, like past situations in your life. But, you know, truth be told, I kind of feel like you found the light. I know that you're soulmates. I kind of felt that right from the get-go anyways. And I feel like the more that you and Alex can work together, put your heads together, if any issues do arise, I feel like that you can overcome them. And again, I feel doing it together, take one right in the middle, the Hierophant, wisdom. You know, interesting because, oh, your question left. Let me go back. Okay, so your question is what I thought. It's like, how do your higher selves view this connection? I feel like in a very beautiful way. You know, like we know we're meant to be together. We knew we were going to be together. Now, as a human, you probably didn't know that, but spiritually, I feel like you already knew that. And maybe this was meant to be the time. You know, maybe before wasn't the time, now is the time. Maybe, you know, great love, it wasn't time, but now is the time. And I'm saying that because of the universe and the Fool. Like, this is you moving into the a new chapter. And I feel like also, I don't know. I don't feel like there's much that this is mainly what I feel. I feel like when we put our heads together, I feel like there's something special about the two of you together. And I don't know, maybe you're both like natural healers. And then when you put your heads together, or let's just say you're together and other people around you, there's something about that energy that may help heal others. Now, that's from your higher self. And that tells me that this relationship has true purpose behind it. Now, it doesn't mean that we're going out and we're like starting business where we're healers. I just feel that's natural. I feel it's natural, but your higher selves, I feel like is looking, and by the way, here's the devil over here, right? But the Hierophant's looking over this direction. So I feel like you just have a little fear over, is this the right connection? First of all, I feel like no matter what, even let's just say this didn't work out, it's still talking about love for you. It's still talking about, you know, just like life and how it can be for you. It is saying about, when I learn to close doors to the chapters that are no longer serving me, or, like I'm reading a book, I don't want to keep reading that same chapter, right? I want to start writing the next chapter. So those seeds that you guys are planting right now are really going to predict your future. But I feel like, I feel like you can go through it, and then I feel like you can heal. So I feel like your higher selves have a very good view of this connection. And it's almost like we already knew. This isn't new to us. It's just new to you. And I love in the universe, just like stars all over the place. It's almost like like a dream coming true. Okay, I'm gonna let that be. I hope that helped, Jenny, but I feel like it's a very positive view. I'm just reading oh, dang. All right. Knocked me out of the comments for a second. Hmm. All right, Alex. Alex. Alex X. What's RS's feelings for me? All right, this is for Alex X. I'm gonna bring out. Well, we've used them before, but I'm gonna use the Good Tarot. All right. We have the Two of Pentacles, the Nine of Pentacles, I feel like, first of all, RS must feel like you're pretty grounded. Five of Cups, Ten of Swords. It's almost like two different opinions here. But let's see what comes under it. So you got the Ten of Swords is mirrored by the Two of Pentacles. The Two of Pentacles is really where I'm asking myself a question. I feel like the only, here's the thing. I feel like RS feels that you are a dependable person. Now, that may not sound like, well, that's not what I want, but that's very important. I feel like it's very important. Here's why. I feel like RS may have dealt with some not such great energy in the past, and I don't feel like it's from you. Um, and I feel like that makes them fear love a little bit. But let's keep going. We'll look at that love. We have the Messenger of Swords. That is the Knight of Swords. Love. Under the Nine of Pentacles, where I was already feeling her feeling, RS feeling that way. We have the Tower, but it is in reverse. I feel like RS right now is in this energy of trying to figure out what's right, what's wrong, like, can I trust? Interesting. The Hermit also came in reverse. Okay. So, first of all, I feel RS's view of you is very good. I do feel like, maybe I couldn't have always said this, but I feel like there's something about you being grounded and it feels important. It feels important because I have a feeling RS hasn't dealt with like grounded energy before. I have a feeling that RS has dealt with a lot of bullshit, especially in love, and that makes it difficult then to like give myself 100% because unless I've cleared that energy, but because the Tower is in reverse, I almost feel like RS hasn't yet. But let's continue. We got the Two of Cups and then the King of Wands. This is another one of those readings where I feel like if I could take out all the bullshit of the past and I could just live unencumbered in this present day moment, then I could show my love. Like I just feel like, I don't know, like I feel like I could just live so much happier. But this is real life, and I feel like, first of all, you have the Two Cups, so potentially the two of your soulmates. But that doesn't guarantee us anything because I feel like RS is dealing with a lot of potentially free will, maybe even karmic type energy. And I feel like I don't feel like you're really on the same vibration at this time. Doesn't mean that can't change. But I do feel like, RS, I feel like it's important that they reflect and then let go. Because in the Five of Cups, this is when someone is focused on all they have lost. And that is where it seems that RS's head stays for a while. And it's because of past towers, but I don't feel like RS is reflected upon them. But I feel like eventually, well, let's look. Page, okay, good. Perfect card to come out right now because I feel like the Page of Pentacles is all about learning, and that's what I feel like was missing here. Like not having clarity over my past, or because I don't have clarity, I don't close the door to that. You know what I mean? So I carry that energy with me. So the Page of Pentacles makes me feel like it's saying that RS needs the time to understand this, to learn from this, And listen, maybe you help in a way. Maybe you help. And I feel like if that's the case, then you do want to bring steady energy for them, because I feel RS is like a little unsteady at this moment. I'm not, but I don't feel like it has anything to do with love, because I do feel like I do feel the love. I'm not even going to say that it's expressed, but I do feel it. But at the same time, I feel like until RS can reflect upon the past and then close the door to the past, I feel like that will be divine timing for the two of you. So it's not that it has anything to do with love, because I feel like the love is already there. I feel like it's just like life's little issues, and the things that can come between, me and my love. But it doesn't have to. That's the thing. It doesn't have to come between the two of you. So that's kind of, I feel like, when, well, we can't really determine that, because that's really up to RS to do the reflection necessary. It doesn't even mean the RS can't go into a love relationship, but I feel a little unsteadiness there, where I feel like you're more steady. And I feel like that's a good thing. Okay, I'm going to let that be. I swear, I wish I could go longer and longer and longer with some of these readings, because sometimes I feel like, I'm cutting the messages off, but there's a lot of people in the room, so. Jasmine, I don't know what you mean, my dear. I need you to clarify your question, if you would. You're welcome, Erica. I'm just trying to go back and read some of these. Niha, Niha, I'm going to do your reading real quick. No, I don't know why I always say real quick. There's nothing about me that's quick. But I also lost my son. So, my heart is with you right now. All right. So, and I'm hoping I'm saying your name right. I'm probably not. Niha Gupta. Niha Gupta. You lost your son. Can you become pregnant? I want to use a crystal vision for you. Can you and will you? I feel like we should add that part too. Not only can you, but will you? Will she be able to have another child? Well, that didn't take long at all. We have the Emperor, kind of like the Father. We have the Page of Wands. We have the Three of Pentacles. And we have the Four of Cups. Interesting, because I feel like your son would have been very much like the father. Six of Pentacles. Nine of Swords. That's a lot of worry. and I get it, but I have to say, you do want to look at this because to become pregnant, I don't know. I'm just thinking like all this worry, right? And it is unnecessary worry. Will it like, how do I say this? If I keep my worry over, let's just say, will I become pregnant? Like I'm just overthinking it, then will that hinder my chances? Because it is unnecessary. Now, to me, that's also a good omen. If it's saying that you don't need to worry, then that's a good omen. We have the Page of Swords. And look at this, we have the Ten of Swords, but it's in reverse. Beautiful. I take one at the end, the Lovers, and one at the other end, the Death card. It's almost like your son is speaking to you. I feel like there's a very good chance you're going to get pregnant again, if you so choose. And it's interesting that the Emperor comes up first, which is the father figure. But I also get this feeling that your son is saying, Mom, I'm very much like Dad. And I don't know if that's a good thing. I think it's a good thing. But I do feel like, because I feel like it's your son who wants you to have another child, wants you to have that fulfillment. So I feel like, I feel like your son's going to move heaven and earth to help you in any way that is possible. I'm going to go right down the middle. The King of Pentacles. Five of Swords. Well, I know what that is. And the Knight of Swords. I get this feeling that your son was young. I could be wrong. When he crossed. But, his soul is still evolving. Like his soul, like our souls don't stop evolving when we cross over. Quite the opposite. And I feel like, I do feel like, first of all, I want to say the Nine of Swords can definitely hinder. So don't put extreme worry over it. But I do feel like you will get pregnant again. And dare I say, it feels like a blessing. And it's not just your son, it's like your whole spiritual team. I feel like you're meant to have another child. So put down all that worry, because that's not going to help you. And instead, I don't know, do what you need to do, if you know what I mean. Because I do feel like you'll get pregnant again. And it's funny because I'm feeling like not to replace me, but it's like the perfect soul, like giving birth to that soul. It's like your spiritual team, your son, all saying, I just feel like the answer is yes, 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 but do your part. And, that means a couple different things, but don't allow worry to overtake you, because that will, I don't know, I guess it'll affect you as in becoming pregnant. I'm certainly no doctor, but That's kind of what I'm feeling. So get active. Get active, my dear. If you know what I mean. And I thank your son for those beautiful messages. All right. And I definitely felt called towards you. And I'm sure it was your son. Oh my God. And now it's 6 o'clock. Did I not just look at the clock and say it's 5 o'clock? Well, what the heck? Laura Lee, how are you, my dear? May I have guidance from my mother who passed 9 years ago? Thank you so much. 9 years ago. I'm just trying to, I don't know why I'm trying to figure it out in my head. What do I want to use? I'm going to let your mother pull me towards, okay. The Luminous Tarot. For Laura Lee. I think it's Lee. My son's girlfriend, her middle name was, well, I called her Lee, but she's like, no, it's Lay. And she used to get mad at me. She's like, why won't people call me? And I said, well, it's spelt like Lee. Anyways. All right, Laura Lee's mom. 5 of Wands. 4 of Cups. Wow. Everything's coming out quick. 9 of Wands. The Sun. Beautiful. Seven of Cups under that 5 of Wands. The Knight of Wands. The 3 of Pentacles. Hello, Star. Under the Sun. Another energy where our spirit guides, and I say spirit guides, Laura Lee, because your mother is a spirit guide for you now, or helps to guide you. Let's put it that way. I feel like that's how she wants me to say it. Like helps to guide you from above. And she is completely unencumbered. So I feel like there is nothing, like absolutely nothing you need to worry about with your mom. Like your mom is she's in the light. Anything earthly that would have held her down is gone. Even those silly, and maybe this is how your mom talks, even those silly human emotions, gone. Gone. Don't get caught up in any drama. Know that there's opportunity coming for you. I feel like your soul is being celebrated. Your individuality, like you're my child. I know your soul. And it's beautiful. And I want you to know that. Don't allow, because when you cross over, you're going to be able to look back and see these things that come in between our joy and happiness. So live freely. Accept opportunities. And don't be fearful of them. There's new growth on your path. And it may be outside of others, if that makes sense. I feel like there is a wish that is coming true. And I feel like your mother has a lot to do with that. So I want to go on that side. And I want to go on this side. Look at that healing. Ten of Swords. I feel like that's what you felt when you lost mom. But I also want to say, don't get caught up in anybody else's drama. And I feel like with the Four of Swords here, this is healing what's broken. What you feel is, let me clarify that. And I was meant to clarify that. What you feel is broken. Love. Interesting. I don't know if you have great love in your life right now, but I feel like, or let's say you're in a relationship, but there's a lot of drama. Don't get pulled into that. It's interesting because I feel like your mom, not that I feel like that, your mom is saying that there's a dream coming true. And it's interesting with the Four of Wands over that, which is a marriage card, by the way. I mean, to me, it's the highest of love because everyone in that energy wants to be there. There's no questioning it, even though Two of Swords, I kind of am questioning it. King of Swords. So we have the Queen of Swords and the King of Swords. And maybe you wonder if there's something in between there. I just want to go right above that too. 10 of Pentacles. Look at that. What a blessing. You know, whether you have love in your life or not, I feel like you have love. Now, I know part of the love I'm feeling is your mom. And not just your mom, but your whole spiritual team. And we forget that. Like, that is love. When we think we're not loved, oh, we're loved. Oh, we're loved. And I feel like you may have felt somewhat blocked from like some of your mom's messages, but I feel like your mom is helping to guide not only love, but also I feel like, you know, what would I want where would I want my daughter to be? I want her to live a life that is abundant to her and for her. And I feel like your mom is helping you to guide you directly to those things. Now, if you're not in love, then I feel like get ready. Get ready. Not only commitment, but then the 10 of Pentacles. Wow. Maybe you question this king down here, but then it's mirrored by the 10 of Pentacles. Let these swords drop out of you. Let yourself heal. And I know, I have a feeling you feel healed, but I feel like also you feel blocked. And this may help open up that block. So where you'll be able to feel your mother's guidance even more and more and more. I do feel like you feel it, but I feel like it feels blocked for some reason. But that doesn't mean that your mom is not being so proactive in your life. Like literally, I feel like it is your mother who is helping a dream come true. And I believe her when she says it. All right, I'm going to let that be another reading where I wish I could go on and on and on. Truly, I thank your mother for coming through. And of course, all your other, it wasn't just mom, but mom's leading the team, so to speak, if that makes sense. Excuse me. I hope that helped, Laura Lee. Noted. Okay. Oh, you're very welcome, Laura Lee. I was just reading your comments. You're very, very welcome. And I feel like a lot of times, like our guides, just wait for the opportunity to come through. Hi, Empress Tarot. All right, let me go back. Oh, Jasmine, I didn't see that. Oh, yeah, I did. I wanted you to clarify that for me. Camille, you're very welcome. This is the first time I'm really stopping to like read. Okay, Alex, say you were here. That's good. Valerie, and I don't even know how to pronounce your last name. Apiafi. Can you have a reading? Of course you can. Do you have a particular question? I'm going to look down. Okay, I found it. Any warnings over my son's father, Ronald, February 12th? That's February 12th is my son's anniversary of when he left this world. Warnings over my son's father, Ronald, February 12th, 1967, concerning our son, please. You're February 16th. He's February 12th. 7, 8, 9 plus. I can't add. I'm trying to add in my mind again. 9 and 8 would be 17. So you. Wait a minute. Who's did I just do? 6, 7, 8, 9. Eight, 9. So, okay, Valerie, I don't know what's taking me so long. I was trying to figure out your personal year, and I don't even know why, but I was trying to figure out your personal year, and you were an 8 this year, in a universal year 8. And your son's father, 3, 5, 13. He's in a 4. All right. All right, what do I want to use? I think I want to use the Tarot Dreams. And again, this is for Valerie. Any warnings? Concerning Robert over your son, Ronald. Ronald. I mean, like your guides are present because right away. I was meant to go back and correct the name. Like, who's Robert? You're not doing Robert. You're doing Ronald. All right. Anything Valerie has to worry about concerning Ronald as it relates to their son. We have the Three of Swords, the Two of Wands, the Queen of Pentacles, the King of Swords. I feel like that's you and Ronald right there. The Four of Pentacles. The King of Cups. The Star. And then the Palace of Pentacles, or the Palace of Wands. I don't really see anything here that makes me feel nervous. I mean, we do have the Three of Swords, but I feel like that's already happened. I feel like right now you're going through that. You know, that's heartache, but I feel like it's heartache over maybe even things that you can't control, you know, that type of thing. I feel like a part of your heart is breaking for your son also. I want to go on the other side. Look at that, the Devil. I feel like that's Ronald. But then the Knight of Cups over here. You know, I almost feel like your spiritual team is saying, we're going to keep Ronald trapped. We're going to keep him trapped. I just want to clarify that because all of a sudden I'm thinking, well, what do you mean by that? Does that mean like, what do you mean by that? The Wheel. The Three of Wands. So that makes me feel like, you know, I want you to be very proactive, yes. And I feel like that's why the Queen of Wands is here, because the Queen of Wands, I'm sorry, the Queen of Pentacles, she's someone who could really pick up those details that other people miss. It's like, you know, think of them like a mother, you know, like who knows their child better than the mother? You know, I'm not saying fathers don't get me wrong. But in this case, I feel like it's you. You're the one. So I feel like your heart breaks because of this situation. But I do feel like I feel like your guides are saying we're going to keep Ronald trapped, and trapped as in, I guess, where he can't reach you, so to speak. I do feel why there is a trust issue or why you're worried. I mean, I don't know exactly why, but I do feel that worry within me. So I'm going to go right in between. Look at that, the Ace of Wands and Temperance. Okay. So, you know, I felt your spirit guides right from the get-go. And now we have Temperance, which is all about divine timing. And it's interesting. It's like she's looking right at Ronald. She's looking right at him. So it makes me feel like, let's just say Robert had ill intent. I feel like you would see it, you would know it, your guys will point it out. It will be like the red flags will go off. You know what I mean? And I feel like I'm saying all that to bring a little bit of comfort to you. I do feel like in some way, somehow, it's like they're going to hold him in place. And I'm not sure exactly what they mean by that, but I do feel that. And I feel like you are looking at a new start, a new beginning, and I feel like you deserve it in every way. I feel like you deserve it. Eight of Swords, but do you know that? So honestly, I'm not feeling like, okay, I'm not feeling Ronald is the best person in the world. Let's just put it that way. But at the same time, I feel like your spirit guides have your back and your son's back, by the way. And I feel like, I feel like the situation, whatever your situation is, I do feel like it's breaking your heart. I do feel that. But I also feel you moving on from that energy. And not just you, but your son also. I feel like you're moving on from that energy. So I just don't feel it. I don't feel it. Or another way, I guess, of saying it, of course, I want you to be very proactive and keep your eyes and ears open. And I feel like that's why the Queen of Pentacles is here. But let's think about her specialty. She's someone who will pick up those details that other people miss. And you are before him. So I feel like, good luck getting past my energy. He may seem all strong in that, but I feel like in the realm of things, not so much. And I feel like it's like maybe it's his spirit guides, but I feel like it's more your spirit guides, like they have their eye on him. But I feel it's more in protection for you and your son. So other than that, I feel like, I can't say there's nothing to worry about because I do feel like you do need to keep your eyes and ears open. But other than that, I don't feel like, I get this feeling like your spiritual team won't let anything happen. Okay, I'm going to let that be. Okay, guys, I'm probably going to be on for probably till 7, and then I'm going to hit the road, Jack. Bum, bum, bum. All right. Oh, I just took myself out of the comments. Hi, Thunder Rose. I don't know why I didn't see you there before. Did you just get here? Or these new comments? Laura Lee, I'll be replaying this quite a bit. Good. To me, that means that I feel like that means that you picked up on the messages that were meant for you. So that makes me happy. Thunder Rose, good afternoon. I can never say your name normal. Thunder Rose. I hope you had a wonderful weekend, everyone. I saw him today. And you had lunch. And I want to know more. Why is that not letting me move? Lauren, raise your hand if you love Sandy. Aw, thank you. Jasmine, you were skipped on your soup. No, I didn't skip you. I just need you to clarify. I'm not sure what you're asking. Yeah, I just need you to clarify it a little bit more because I'm not really sure. It just says messages from the new 4.01 oval. I'm not really sure what you mean, like messages from the actual ring, or I don't know what you mean. Okay, but in the meantime, and if you want to like give me a little bit more clarification, like what you mean by that message, Jasmine, then I'll be happy to answer it. You're welcome, Simone. Sandy, please check chat for additional info. Kim. Camille, thank you, Sandy. You're the best homie. Aw, thank you. Kim, yes, we have been talking about marriage. Oh, but you know, situation that clarifies the Eight of Cups. Yep. Because she told me that last time before we were talking. Angela, you asked a question. It says hell. I think you meant hello. That you're new here. Can you donate to get a reading? Of course you can. Okay, Jasmine. All right, so Jasmine, just any messages the diamond will have for me. That's all. What kind of energy? Just the energy the diamond will give. Lauren, you're with me there. Tell us more, Thunder Rose. Tell us more. We had lunch. It's like watching a soap opera and they shut it off and you can't find out until the next day. I mean, I haven't watched a soap opera since I was a teenager, but that just reminds me of. All right, Jasmine. Yes, Rachel, you can certainly ask a question. And hello. But Jasmine, so the energy that the diamond will be carrying. I've never read for a ring before, though you know, it is a stone, a precious stone. So it does carry energy. And I'm talking to Jasmine, by the way. We have the Knight of Swords, Two of Cups, King of Cups, the Star, the Sun. I mean, beautiful energy. It'll carry beautiful energy. It already carries beautiful energy. There's something very special about this ring. And I haven't 100% figured it out yet, but I have a feeling that I just get this feeling that potentially either someone gave it to you or someone crossed and you got it that way. I just feel like there's something special about this ring. And I do feel like the ring will carry very positive energy for you. I mean, that's what the sun is saying. Very positive energy for you. And I love the star right next to it. But I almost feel like this ring came from like a soulmate. Or maybe that's what you're trying to symbolize with it, that I would like a soulmate. But the energy of the ring is quite beautiful. Now, you also have to think about the person that's wearing it because our energy is going to mix with that, right? So as soon as I put that piece of jewelry on, then my energy mixes with that energy. If that makes sense. I'm not saying it right, but I feel like it carries beautiful energy with it. And I feel it's symbolic. I'm not really sure what of, but I do feel it's symbolic to you and for you. Okay. Jasmine, I mean, you have got to send me a picture of that ring when you get it the way that you are going to be happy with it. Power couple. Mm-hmm. All right, Rachel, the Emperor and the Empress. Kim, yeah, I'm always looking for the Emperor and the Empress in a real love reading. You know, it very seldom they come out together, but boy, when they do, I notice it. Jasmine, you'll send me a picture of it. Thank you. I feel like oh, absolutely renewal of marriage. That's why the Two of Cups was there. That's why the Two of Cups was there. Because I'm thinking, you can't really be soulmates with a inanimate object. But I could just feel it was symbolic. All right, Rachel. Rachel, is my husband Isaac missing me? In separation, no contact. Left him due. You left him due to him mistreating you. I'm sorry, Rachel. I feel like I need to ask you a question. And what if he is missing you? But what if he comes back and mistreats you again? And I don't know why I'm asking you that. I feel like maybe your guides want me to ask you that. Like I feel like you need to ask yourself that. You don't need to. I don't like it when I talk like you have to do. You get to do whatever you want. That's free will. But anyways, let's take some cards on that. So is Isaac missing you? I just did a no contact reading maybe about a week ago. No. We're bringing out the witches, the Cozy Witch Tarot. Anyways, Rachel, I was just saying that I did a bunch of different readings I'm trying to cover all bases. I did no contact. I did twin flames. I did soulmates. I did your person. I even did Pisces and Aries the last couple days. And I'm going to try to do all the signs, but we'll see. And what am I talking about? The person that you're not in contact with. That's what I was doing for Pisces, Aries. And again, I'm going to try to do all the signs, but is Isaac missing you right now? Is Isaac missing Rachel? And what does Rachel need to know? I'm also leaving it open to your guides, Rachel, just so you know, just in case there's any messages for you. But with Isaac in mind. All right. So we have the Patient Witch, which is the only one that came face up. So we're going to take it first. We have the Page of Cups. We have the Hierophant. It did come in reverse, so I'm going to leave it that way for now. And what do I mean when I say for now? Well, when a card comes in reverse, I feel like our energy can simply turn that card back around, especially the Hierophant, because the Hierophant's your belief system, and because it's a 5, it does want you to question it. And that can simply mean, am I living what I feel is my best life? Or am I living what I feel is true for me? You know what I mean? And if you believe in God, do you keep hope and faith alive? And I'm not even talking about Isaac. I just mean in your life in general. We have toxic witches. It's mirroring the patient witch. We have justice. We got a lot, but I'm going to take them. We have the King of Swords, which I feel is Isaac. 2 swords under the Hierophant. We have the Magician under the toxic witches. Toxic witches just means that we're holding people accountable, especially for those who take more than their fair share, let's say, or are just takers in general and not givers. We have the Knight of Pentacles. We have the Empress. We have the King of Wands. And then we have the Moon. Okay. Rachel, I'm just going to tell you what I feel before I even get into the cards. I feel like there's not a lot of change as it relates to Isaac. I feel like Isaac is still who Isaac is. What do I mean by that? I mean, I feel like if you and Isaac came back together right now, I feel like it would not be long before you're right back into the same situation again. I know that it's hard. Even when it's hard to break up with people, even when it serves us best, it's still hard, right? Because there was love. But I just want to be completely honest with you. You know, I'm not going to say that Isaac doesn't miss you, because I feel like he does. But here's the truth. And maybe this is why I started your reading off before I even brought the cards off saying what I said. I feel like there is no difference with him. And I feel like that means that it would just be a repeat pattern. I will find myself exactly where I find myself right now again. Now, let me give you some good news. I feel like there's someone else on your path. And I feel like this is someone who is blessed. This is someone who it makes me happy to give blessings. Like if I can bless someone with, let's say someone is like having a hard time financially and I can help, then that feels like a blessing. That's how I feel this person is. Very loving. Empathetic, compassionate. It feels night and day between Isaac and this other person. Now, I'm not telling you, neither are your guides telling you not to go. Like if, let's say, you know, this some for whatever reason comes back together. No one's saying not to take Isaac back. That is your free will. But have your eyes wide open, because I feel like there is zero change. Even if I say I've changed, I don't believe it. Like I'm being made to feel like there's no way I believe you. And I'm talking to Isaac. And he has to be held accountable. Because if he's not held accountable, especially if there's any reason why this may want to come back together, and he's not completely held accountable, then I'm just going to be right back where I am again. But the good news, again, is I feel like there's someone else on your path. And I feel like this is divinely guided. It makes me feel like Isaac is either a free will choice as it relates to love or maybe karmic. Because I feel like maybe you haven't experienced love in the way that your guides want you to experience love. Maybe you haven't had it yet. And sometimes you don't know how good it can be until you're in it. Right? Maybe I get lonely and then I miss Isaac. But that doesn't mean Isaac is good for me. Because I just don't feel like he is. Now, I try very hard not to put people down because I don't know Isaac. But I don't feel like, I just don't feel like there's any change. And I feel like when you're able to put it, and the time will come when you're really able to put it completely behind you. And then I feel like the right timing for really what wants to be in your life, to be in your life. And I kind of have to just let it go and go with the flow. But I do feel like as long as my attention's still on Isaac, it slows down the process. Again, you have free will. But do I think Isaac has, do I think that you're on his mind? I do. But do I think there's any changes? I don't. So, like, if I was at your house and I was your best friend and we were having a cup of coffee, I would beg you not to take Isaac back. And that's pretty extreme that I'm saying that, but I feel like that's because of the potential of what has yet to unfold in your life. Okay, I'm going to let that be. I certainly don't want to talk anybody into anything. Like, I feel like, we've got to come to our own decisions, but at the same time, sometimes I can feel their energy so clear. And Rachel, I'm sorry. I mean, I know what you're going through. I know what you're going through. And I just want to give you a small message because when I left the person I was with for 25 years, and we still remain friends to this day, but I left and I needed to leave. Like we needed to break up. And it was about 2 weeks. Like I got myself an apartment. In about 2 weeks, I was by myself. Then all of a sudden I got lonely. Now I'm not normally a type of person that gets lonely. I'm a Virgo and I can keep my mind quite busy, especially through my creative projects. But I did get lonely. And I picked up the phone and I called that person that I was with for 25 years and said, "You want to come over?" And as we were talking, I get a beep. And when I said, "Hang on a second," and I answered the beep, well, lo and behold, and many of you know this story, but lo and behold, it was my very first love. I mean, my very first true love from when we met when we were 15. And then we broke up, went our separate ways. And then 40 some years later, at that moment when I was feeling so lonely, he calls. And then the person I said to come over, I said, "Never mind, we're done." And I hung up and now I live with Sam. Now I live with the person who called. So I don't know why I'm saying that. Just maybe I'm saying it because you just never know what's going to happen and when it's going to happen. Lauren, absolutely. I feel like, and I'm sorry, I know he just passed in July. He's in your dreams. He's probably giving you messages through your dreams. Pay attention if you can. If you remember him, even write them down because you may be getting messages from your dad through your dreams. Different spirit guides will reach us in different ways. Whatever it takes. Whatever it takes is what I just heard. Whatever it takes. Rachel, he said he would work on healing himself. Well, we shall see. Who am I to say I don't have a lot of confidence in him? But I don't. Yes, he was a taker. I could feel that. Rachel, I hope you don't take him back. But you do whatever you feel like you need to do. I just don't think he's going to change. And I feel like, I can tell you I changed. And I can even pretend that I changed. But in time, I feel like it all will come back out again. Thunder Rose, your comment, but he came a long ways just to sit down and have lunch with him. Crazy man, but if he was to clean, but you must be doing voice chat. If he was to clean, but oh. Hi Oneita. All right. Hi GR. All right, so I'm going to do GR. Then I'm going to do you're very welcome, Rachel. You're very welcome. I'm glad you showed up today. Anyway, GR and then Oneita and then Latoya and then I got to go. Okay? So, we're going to do GR, Oneita, and then Latoya. And then I got to go. So if you guys don't mind, if you see any, oh, look at all the, if you guys see any newbies coming in, just let them know that I am ending it. All right. Where was I going? GR, where'd you go? Oh, there you are. GR. Hi, Sandy. Will I have a family in the near future? Oh, a couple of people asked me about. Maybe it's just the time. I'm going to use a Cosmic Tarot GR, which I don't think I've ever used for you. All right. So, is there a family? Or will you have a family in the near future? Two of Swords. Remember, the Two of Swords is just a blindfold. We can take that blindfold off. Three of Pentacles. I kind of like that. Four of Cups. Eight of Wands. Queen of Pentacles. GR, I don't know if you're overthinking something right now. You know, the Queen of Pentacles and the Two of Swords above her. I feel like that can certainly talk about overthinking. Six of Cups. The Eight of Pentacles, something new. And then the Prince of Swords, 2-8, 88. And then I'm going to take one on this end. We have the Five of Swords. And on this end, the Nine of Wands. Okay. So first of all, I don't know if you're overthinking something, like if you're like so worried about something. And I feel like that doesn't help your situation. And I mean that in the most loving of ways. But then you have the Five of Swords over here. So I feel like that must be tied to it. And the Five of Swords just talks about toxicity. Now, it can be my own thoughts. It can be my own thoughts, especially with the Two Swords above this queen who has a tendency to overthink it. I know, because I am that queen. But I also feel like this is talking about something new that's opening up for you. So I want to look at that a little closer. Look at that. We have the Prince of Swords, the Princess of Swords, Five of Wands, and then the Hangman. So I feel like it's hard to say. Will you have... Did I see 88 or was that in another reading? No, I saw it in this reading. Okay. So I was going to say it may not be this year. But here's the thing. I feel like, you know, if it's not this year, it's because of like some worry. And I feel like you will have your family. But I also feel like, how do I say this? Like, I don't want to move too soon. Why? Well, I was going to say, so you're ready, but I feel that you are ready. Six of Wands, victorious. Okay, let's just put it this way. I do feel like you'll have your family. I can't guarantee it's going to be this year. The Hangman's making me wonder, like, you know, to say that will it be 2024? I can't say that. But I do feel like you will have your family. And to me, that means you're a special family. Like, you know, you'll be surrounded by love. But I feel like at the right time. And, you know, maybe just right now is not the right time. But I feel like the right time will be, you know, it will come. But right now, I feel like don't overthink, don't over worry, because I feel like if you are eventually heading in that direction anyway. So you have to think about your energy, you know what I mean? Or at least you don't have to. Okay, so I just feel like the answer is yes. You will find your family, you will have your family. But I cannot guarantee you it will be this year. Now, that doesn't mean that let's say you know, the process starts. Because I don't feel like it's that far off in the future either. Like, I need to make that clear. I don't feel like it's that far off, but I also don't feel like it's right now at the same time. So just go with the feeling that in the right time, in divine time, I feel like everything will come together for you. Don't overthink. Don't overworry. Don't get caught in drama. Don't get caught in other people's webs. Like because I feel like the clearer your energy, I feel like it just only helps your situation. All right, I'm going to let that be. All right, so Oneita, my beautiful Oneita. Okay, so just some messages from your spirit guides. I seem to always pick the same deck for you. All right, Cozy Witch. Give it a couple good shuffles. I'm even going to give it a cut. Well, hello, spiritual team. First, King of Wands. So Judgment is first. Judgment is your spiritual team. They're calling you to the present moment. What's it say? All the signs say that you're exactly where you're supposed to be. So that's confirmation right there. Sometimes we feel like we're off track or we're off path. Our guides will help us get back on. The Knight of Wands. Interesting. Look at this. The Knight of Cups. Oneita, you have two knights back to back. And each knight is going to perform the task or complete the task that they were sent to complete. The Knight of Wands is really about passion, desire. It says here, sometimes you have to be willing to bend the rules a little. The risk taker type of energy. And then you have the Knight of Cups. So the Knight of Wands is responsible to bring passion and desire into your life. And the Knight of Cups is meant for love. Or let's just say a cup of fulfillment. Now, it is mirroring a judgment. So I feel like your spiritual team is saying you have two energies coming towards you. Six of Cups. Interesting. And I want to see what comes below the King of Wands, which is the Six of Wands. All right, this is a lot, but we're going to take them. Nine of Swords. No more worry, Oneita. No more worry. Hello, lovers. Look at that, right under the Knight of Cups. Now, the meaning of the card is a head over heart decision. And maybe that is the case because it's coming from the Knight of Cups. But it's mirroring the Six of Cups over here. Interesting, both sixes. You have three sixes. Justice. Oh my gosh. The Marriage card. or commitment card. The broom. You know, the broom's coming right under the 9 of Swords. That's what the broom wants you to clear away. And then last but not least, the King of Swords. Okay, let me move this up a little. All right, so honestly, Oneita, what a beautiful read. Your spiritual team is saying that the Knight of Cups is coming for you. You do get to make the decision, again, a head over heart decision. Now, if the 9 of Swords still exists, I'm afraid you follow your head versus your heart, where really I want you to follow your heart, but I want you to do whatever you want to do at the same breath. The Lovers is mirroring the 6 of Cups, so they could talk about someone you already know, but this would be someone you would have happy memories of. Or if I'm looking for love, it could talk about like a place, a place where, all of a sudden I'm thinking of like, and I'm not saying this for you, but I'm thinking of like when I was younger, a bar that I always went to. There was a certain bar I'd go with my girlfriends, and I met a few people that way. I mean, that's not what I'm suggesting. That's not how I met Sam. It is how I met the person I was before. No, that's not true. That's not true. Anyway. Tidy up your life so that you can make space for something better. And that is mirrored by the Knight of Wands. So I feel like as you use that broom to clear out that worry, then you're able to feel the energy. I feel like things are on a very positive track for you. The only thing that would hinder anything would be that worry. What time is it? It's 3 a.m. on her clock. It could certainly be sleepless nights, that type of thing. But it's worrying over things that I can't control anyways. And if I don't know that, then I'm just going to keep worrying. Instead, hand all this worry over to your spiritual team who wanted to come out first. I feel like you have a lot of beautiful energy heading your way. Whoever this Knight of Cups is, it's connected to the Lover. So automatically I feel chemistry. But then I also feel the fear. But I totally think you can overcome that. 6 of Wands, you're kind of the big deal. So start acting like it. And I feel like, I just feel like life is going to get better and better and better. And I feel like the more I can weed out the worry of things that I cannot control anyway, the more I'm opening myself up to the universe and trusting in universal energy. Literally, your guides are saying, use that broom. And that way, what you're doing is you're making room for something new. Well, it's coming through these nights. It just is. And let's just say, if this is talking about a relationship, well, this is talking about a true commitment, a type of commitment that'll last a lifetime. Now, doesn't mean it won't be issues. We've got to learn that, right? Of course, we're humans. We're going to have arguments. There's going to be challenges. But this is the type of energy where I feel like we can work together and overcome these challenges. But I do feel like there is one thing you've got to use that broom to sweep out of your life. And then I feel like the rest will follow. A lot of energy is coming your way, and it is quite beautiful. And I just feel like, like, get ready. Yes, I want to say that, but maybe what I really want to say is just claim it. Claim it. This energy is coming from me, and I claim that. The highest energy. And that is what I claim. And so be it. All right, Oneita. Wow. If only that Nine of Swords wasn't there. And by the way, I guess in a way, you can clear up that Nine of Swords. Okay, if that made sense. All right. Oh my gosh, where are all the all right, guys. So I'm only going to do a couple more messages. Okay, Juanita, I'm seeing your message. That makes sense. So Latoya, and then I'm going to do MM, and then I have got to go. I am so sorry, guys. I hate leaving people hanging. I really do. I swear to God, it hurts me more than it hurts you. But I've been on here since 1:30. So, yeah, Latoya, I'm going to do yours now. And then I will do Eminem or Eminem, Eminem. Where'd your, okay, Latoya, like for you, may I have okay, so you want a general, whatever comes out for you, please. Of course. All right, let's change decks. And I don't know, I'm being cold. I want to use a good tarot for you. This is for Latoya. Whoa, wow. You see that cut? Maybe I should just leave it just like that. I think I am. I felt like that was meant to happen. All right, Latoya. You have the Emperor. You have Judgment, your spiritual team. King of Wands. In the good tarot, they call Judgment call. Why would they call it call? Because that's what Judgment's doing. It's calling you to the present moment. Why? Because there's about to be a rebirth if you allow it. Sometimes we don't have the luxury of whether we allow it or not. Sometimes it just happens. But if it happens, I feel like it's a good thing. Interesting that this King of Wands, like his heart is being activated. Look how all three of them flipped over. All right, we have the Seven of Cups. That means there's a decision that you will be making. We have the Four of Cups. So you got to use your spiritual discernment. That's what the Four of Cups talks about. But it really is offering a cup of fulfillment. But then using your spiritual discernment. If you fear, like, is it right or is it wrong? That's where your spiritual discernment comes from. And by the way, if you still don't 100% trust, ask your guides to, like, send me a message, make it clear, and they will. But you need to be open to it also. We have the King of Pentacles. You got two kings. One king coming under judgment. You have two kings plus the Emperor. The Nine of Pentacles. Wow. Next to the King of Pentacles. I mean, hello. And then we have the Hierophant. I should give signs. The Emperor is Aries, but it does not have to be. The King of Wands, Aries, Leo, Sagittarius, but it does not have to be. King of Pentacles, Virgo, Taurus, Capricorn. You know what I'm going to say. And then the Hierophant, Taurus, but it doesn't have to be. All right, we have the Messenger of Air, which is the, and love. Messenger, that is the Knight of Swords. So, ringy dingy ding. I feel like your phone is going to ring. And I feel like you're going to be getting communication from someone. Now, is it relating to love? Could be. Could be. I'm going to go right down the middle. Look at that. The wheel. Fortune's wheel. That's your destiny. You know, I often feel that includes those soul seeds of intention that we planted before we even came into this lifetime. And, you know, because we're born with amnesia, we can't remember. But our spiritual being remembers, you know, or let's put it another way, because I feel like potentially you do have love here. And it may be I may be saying all that because it may be the recognition of one's soul, you know, like I recognize your soul. And I mean that on an energetic level, if that makes sense. You know what I love is not only do you have love on this wheel, but you have success on your wheel. As long as you're willing to put the work in, you have what I would call true success that lie upon your wheel. But I feel like your phone's going to ring. And I feel like there's going to be a question posed to you. And I feel like, how do I know which direction? Like, do I say yes or no? Well, the Hierophant's below that. So I feel like, first of all, that means it's coming in the light. But your faith is what gets you through. Or in other words, the saying is, if you have a hard time trusting your own self when it comes to making a decision, then that's definitely when you want your guides' help. That's what they're there for. I'm going to go right below. There's another king. Look at all the kings in your life. And the Page of Cups. So you have 3 kings and the Emperor. You may have options. And you may wonder which direction to go. But yet the wheel is here. So I feel like there's something that's destined to be, especially because it's coming over Judgment, who is calling you to the present moment. Because whatever is going to happen is happening soon. Otherwise, they wouldn't call you to, we should live in the present moment. I feel like something is heading toward you again. I'm just going to say, like, I feel the phone rings and I feel like my inner child, like, comes alive, like butterfly type energy. And, I'm saying love because it says love, but I feel like it's even more than that. What do I mean by that? Let's go right over that. The 3 of Cups, right back to Mother Mary, joy. So 3 cups is a reason to celebrate. So I feel like your phone's going to ring. I feel like you're going to make a decision. And I feel like you're going to celebrate it. And it all feels part of your wheel. So it's going to feel natural. And I really don't have any energy here where I feel like you're going to try to block it. The only thing would be in the 4 of Cups, where that's just saying use your spiritual discernment. Now, I also want to say with the 7 of Cups, that can be a little chaotic type energy. So I feel like that may also be a hint, like I may be having like a chaotic day and then boom, my phone rings. because something feels instant. And it's reminding me again of the story I just said about Sam and I, and me calling my old guy, and then Sam from 40 years calls. That's kind of what I'm feeling here. Like something happens instantly, and it just feels like it's destined to happen. You do have control over it, though. When I say destined, you still have free will. But I definitely feel like whatever and whoever is calling, I feel like you're saying yes, because ultimately I feel the celebration around it. A lot of kings. I don't know if this means you have a lot of options, or it can be one person showing you the different sides. And I would love that with the King of Pentacles, grounded, King of Swords, honesty, truth, the King of Wands. I put actions behind my words. So this may be all one person, and maybe it's all wrapped up in the Emperor's energy, which would make complete sense. At least to me, it does. Okay. I hope that makes sense to you, but wow. And I love it when you guys come back on, like a couple days or a week from now, and you're like, because who just did that? Thunder Rose, like, oh, we're in contact now, and someone else too. I think it was Kim. Same thing, like where just a couple days ago there was none. So you never know, you never know. All right. MM. And then I gotta go, guys. And I'm sorry for. Thank you, Don. Okay, MM. All right. So, how was my tutor crush, D, personally feeling about me these days? We're both adults, study tech from him several years now online. All right, so you have a crush on him, I'm assuming. Maybe I shouldn't assume. All right, but I get what you're saying. I feel like the Psychic Tarot will be the perfect deck to close our readings with. And this is for MM. And you're very welcome. I see your thanks, and you're very welcome. One more shuffle. All right. We have the universe, which is the world, which is the next chapter. We have material and spiritual prosperity. What is he tutoring you for? Doesn't really. Oh, tech. We have, hello. This is the Hermit. It says solitude in this card, but it's very spiritual. And it's interesting because I feel like spiritually you two know each other. Now I'm not going to say love yet, but I do feel like on a spiritual level, you know each other. And I have a feeling that you can tell that. Like, I just get this feeling like you already know that. Fulfillment of wishes. Look at that. Following are mirrored by the universe, the next chapter. Financial and material changes. It's like almost like you're graduating. You know what I mean? And it doesn't necessarily mean like graduation with a diploma, but I do feel that energy of like, and maybe it's talking about even your vibration. We have the devil, it's called temptation in this deck. Card of Capricorn. We have obstacles and challenges, but you know what? Right off the bat, I feel like that is D helping you sacrifice lovers and discontentment, boredom. But don't forget, you're being offered a cup in this energy. But sometimes my back is to the world. Now this could be D, where like I don't know, um, they know you have a crush or not, and maybe you don't want to speak of it. I'm gonna go right in between that. Look at that, the Fool. I even forgot what your question was. Oh, what's he personally feeling about you? Well, I feel only good things. I can't guarantee you that something will come out of this, but I do want to say that I feel like with these two nines side by side here, because it's interesting, because I feel like D is helping you um, to learn, and that's exactly what's happening in the Hermit's energy. And then the Nine of Cups is inner fulfillment, but it's also fulfillment of wishes. And then this new beginning. One more. Okay, let's take that over there and let's take its opposite. Okay. So Three of Swords mirrored by the Ace of Wands. So I feel like D must think about you. And must think about you in a passionate way. Now, I'm not necessarily saying like in a love way, even though we do have the lovers. But in a way, I feel like almost like he's blinded to the fact that you have a crush. So I don't think you've said those words yet. And I'm saying yet because I have a feeling you may. And then I just want to take one more. Spiritual strength. Interesting. I definitely see D's purpose in your life. And it is to help you to expand your life. I definitely see that and feel that. Again, to me, that means someone was meant to be. Um, and I definitely feel that, I definitely feel that there's passion for you also. But it's interesting. I feel like there was no words spoken about it. Like there have been no words spoken about it. And I don't know how much longer, like if he is still tutoring you and how much longer it is, but there may be this like, I feel like playful flirting, like playfully flirting. But let me finish my thought. What I was going to say is, um, I don't know if D holds themselves to a certain standard of like, if I'm going to, like, if this is what I do for a living, then I can't, be with a person. But at the same time, I feel like playful flirting and then see where it goes from there. But I do feel like you're on their mind. And I do feel like in a special type of way. But I don't know. Like, I feel like it's a secret that you have a crush. And if that's the case, and you're still connected, then I feel like that's where the playful flirting comes in. I'm going to see if you. Okay, so I just want to read what you said about that, MM. Yes, he is. Yes, interesting. I feel connected to him. He checks me out. I told him, oh, you did tell him you liked him. Huh. Interesting. Interesting. Um, I feel like keep the playful flirting going. And I do feel like if this is because I get this energy of, and I think this is maybe a good thing, but I get this energy like if this is what I do for a living, there's certain lines or boundaries that I shouldn't cross. But then sometimes energetically, maybe without even knowing I crossed them. You know what I mean? So, but I like that because to me, there that means a sense of being responsible, but yet at the same time, you can't help who your heart has feelings for. Um, I feel like I feel stifled in, and I feel like this is D. Like I feel stifled in, like maybe I can't say because I do feel like the flirting and all that. I do feel that energy between the two of you. But maybe I can't come out and say right now. All right, so let me just ask a question. Does that mean that MM should continue to pursue this? Wow, truth, destiny. Oh my gosh, and the Empress. Listen, MM, I don't want you to think that, like, if let's say for some reason, the two of you don't move past this current situation, I don't want you to think that all was lost because there's always, especially with destiny here, it's like, and your spiritual team right before it. Um, and I also want to say, I feel like D really enjoys your energy. I feel like you bring a certain energy to the table that feels soothing and, hmm, dare I say, I almost feel like you remind him of his mom. And I don't mean that in age, I just mean that in like personality wise. And I find that kind of alluring. And I don't mean that in a creepy way. I know it may sound creepy, but I don't mean it that way. Um, but let's just leave it at this. I feel like the two of you are meant to meet. I feel like the two of you are meant to do exactly what you're doing. I feel like you're at exactly where you're supposed to be. And I feel like I feel like there may be an opportunity. Now, I can't say this is something that goes forever, but I feel like let's enjoy it. Let's enjoy the present moment because I feel like sometimes it is the beginning, where there's so much joy and playfulness, but sometimes we want to move too quickly and then we miss all that energy, and really that's what our foundation begins on. So the two you're meant to meet. Now, are the two of you meant to fall in love? It's not really clear, but I can definitely see where the passion is ignited, and I do feel like it's for both of you. So I guess what I want to say is let's take it from the present moment and just go forward. So I feel like this is something where, like, each and every day, you know, I'm building and I'm building. But I think he may have a crush on you too. All right, I'm going to let that be. And guys, I am going to head off. I know new people came in the room, and I'm so sorry, but I've been on since 1:30, and I literally feel like I can't talk anymore. He does like my energy. Oh, the session's going to end in a few months, Well, I can't wait to see what happens past that point. But anyways, guys, I gotta go. I'm sorry for anyone new who just came in the room. I'm not pushing you off. It's just that I've been on since 1:30. I'm starving. My energy is drained. And I feel like, if I go too long, I'm no good to you anyway. So I'll catch, hopefully, you guys. I'll probably go on Wednesday. I may do in the evening on Wednesday for those who live in different countries. You know what I mean? I'm trying to get everyone, give everyone an opportunity. So probably Wednesday will be the next time. And again, if I do it Wednesday, I'll probably do it around 5 or 6. So if I missed you today, hopefully I'll see you then. But I love you guys. I thank you guys. I'm sorry I couldn't get to everyone, but I gave it everything I had. And definitely listen to chat replay. And remember that a lot of times the questions you have are answered through another's messages. And I'm telling you, that's the truth because your spiritual team knows that you're here and they will use any means necessary for you to receive a message. So do not think that your message is not with another. And that's why I keep chat replay on so you can go back and listen. For those who so choose, I leave it on for you. Okay. But I'm going to stop talking because I feel like I'm going to lose my voice. I love you guys. I have so much gratitude for you all, truly. And I'm telling you, it kills me to leave people without answering your question, but I have to. All right. I will see you next time at our table, guys. Have a wonderful rest of your day. Bye bye.